Need my veil.
You what?
Gonna shut my phone.
Check and make sure.
Dorothy wants to go
No,
home.
I do.
She's
I do.
tired. Big a baby.
Baby.
Okay.
Oh, dear God. These are Miss,
Okay, ready? Call the municipal council meeting for regular meeting of April 7th, 2015 to order. I would ask you please stand and join in the salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. As we begin, just a reminder that if you have a cell phone or similar electronic device, please turn it off, both for my colleagues as well as those in attendance, as it does interfere with our broadcast to other parts of the city. Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of March 3rd, 2015.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of March 17th, 2015.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Finally, I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of March 24th, 2015.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any concerns or comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. At this time, I'm going to be making a motion to suspend the rules, and I'll explain the reason in just a moment. So I do move that we suspend the rules.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. The reason that I have asked for the rules to be suspended this evening is to deviate from our normal schedule. We have a couple of presentations lined up, as you saw from looking at the agenda, and that way we'll be able to take care of that matter. Okay? Are there any concerns or comments about that? Here we go. We'll have a roll call vote beginning with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hagney.
Yes.
President Cook.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes. We have some public hearings scheduled for this evening. I do want to make mention, I had mentioned this 2 weeks ago. We had previously continued a public hearing relative to the layout and acceptance of roadway D. And 2 weeks ago, we had dealt with that during the special meeting. So again, I had made mention of it that time, but I just wanted to clear the record on it. And I noticed that was stricken from our docket following the action of this committee or this council back on the 24th of March. So that matter is over and done with. We have 3 other public hearings for this evening. And at this time, I'd ask Ms. Shocrow to read the notice for the first one, please.
Public hearing relative to the petition from National Grid and Verizon to extend existing pole 132 feet from pole 3369 to pole 3368 and install a 40-foot pole and anchor with secondary conductors to service 59 Lathrop Road.
Thank you. On the public hearings, I will first ask those who are in favor of the item to come forward. Come to the podium, please. And at that time, we would ask that you give us your name and address for the record, and that any comments that you make be directed to the council as a collective body and not any one particular councilor. I will first ask for those who are in favor, then those who are in opposition, and then those who are neither for nor against, but have information that they believe the council would benefit from hearing. So at this time, relative to this public hearing notice, I would ask, is there anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in favor? Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes, if you would come to the podium, please, and give us your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Michael Parent. I work for National Grid out of the Hopedale, Massachusetts office. I live at 14 Carpenter Street in North Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Thank you for coming this evening. Do you have any information to present?
I'm just looking at the sketch here. The reason why we have to install this pole is if if we ran from the existing pole at the end of the line currently, it would pose two issues. Here would be an aerial trespass over the property of 69, and the span is way too long for what our normal service conductors would go. It's 146 feet. 120 is about the longest we could go with the service there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker on this item? Okay, anything else to add?
That's it.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Hearing none, Mr. Churchill, since you are the Vice Chair of the Public Works Committee.
I
do
see
you
no
feel
reason to
need-
continue the public
Okay,
hearing.
thank you very much. So based on the testimony as well as the recommendation of Councilor Churchill, I'm going to declare that public hearing closed. So what's going to happen now, this will be referred back to that committee, and then they will be bringing this up at their next committee meeting, which is scheduled for a week from tonight. And then, after they discuss it, when they're ready, they will vote it out of committee. I don't think it's coming out tonight, correct?
Say, sir?
That's not on your motion, or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is, okay. All right, thank you. Correction. I'm sorry. I just remember that. Actually, sir, the committee had already voted that if there was no opposition during the public hearing, they would vote on it this evening.
Right.
So as there was none, at this
Vote on it
point,
tonight.
the council will be voting on it later this evening. Okay, and then the vote has to be held for 24 hours. So actually, the day after tomorrow, we expect the mayor will sign it, and then you'll be all set. Okay? And if you have any questions, you can always check with our admin person, Linda Alger. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just thought of that. It was like, Peter would have reminded me of that. Okay, thank you. Okay, you guys notice of the next public hearing?
Public hearing relative to the application for a new 2015 Class 2 auto license from State Line Auto Brokers, Inc., 1115 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass., for 6 customer parking spaces and 42 display spaces and 55 storage spaces on Westminster Street, Plat 3, Lot 66.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor?
Yes, Mr. President.
Good evening.
My name is Edward Casey. I'm an attorney with an office in Attleboro, and I represent State Line Auto Brokers, Inc., a Massachusetts business corporation, the principal of which is John Morale, who is sitting here in front. And this is a matter that may well be familiar to you because at the time that John submitted his application for what he thought was an ordinary renewal of the Class 2 license for operation at 1115 Washington Street, there was a holdup. And the holdup came about because when someone went down to inspect the site, it was determined that the number of vehicles that were being stored there or put on display was in excess of the number that were shown on the plan that had been approved by Doug Semple as the building inspector and approved by you as the award, as the licensing award board. So, John immediately asked me to help, and I agreed. And we recognized that he has been very successful operating from that location. I can say that with some confidence because you are the board to which complaints often come about disgruntled, dissatisfied, unhappy purchasers of used automobiles. To my knowledge, in the 3 years that he's been in operation since he received the license in 2013, there have been no complaints, and it is a matter of pride to him. So as soon as he became aware that there was this problem, he said, "What am I going to do?" And I said, "What we need is a new plan." So the plan, you only have a portion of the plan that has been marked with Doug Semple's initial, showing that he has already reviewed it and approved it from the perspective of zoning. What I would like to do, Mr. President, is to hand out full-size copies. problems were compounded because what happened was that the police, are those extras, Mr.
Yes.
President? May I grab them?
Just make sure that Linda has one, please.
We'll get one to Linda.
Just make sure that Linda has one. For the record. Thank you.
His problems were compounded because when the police went down to take a look at the site, the question that was asked of him was, well, are these all the cars that you have? And he said forthrightly, no, I actually have some that are stored right over there. And so we then were confronted not only with this issue of having more cars that were parked on the lot at the corner of Washington and Turner Street, but we had the fact that we had unregistered motor vehicles that were located in a fenced-in area, but that then arguably triggered the provision of the city ordinance that says if you have more than minimum number of unregistered vehicles, you can be exposed to fines. Now, I say arguably because I think my recollection when the council adopted that section of the ordinance, it was intended to address the situation where people had unregistered motor vehicles sitting in the yard, rather than a businessman like John who thought that everything was fine. So, John's problems only get worse because I get the plan prepared. It shows now 2 locations, one for storage and one for the display of the vehicles on the corner of Turner and Washington. And I want to file this request for, in effect, a new Class 2 license, and I can't get it signed by the collector. Because as you know, in order for anyone to obtain relief in the city, it's necessary to make certain that that individual is not delinquent with respect to taxes. So, John, when he purchased the real estate, when he acquired the business, it was not a stock deal. It wasn't that he bought the stock of the previous owner, a fellow by the name of Tom Toner. He formed a new entity. The new entity is State Line Auto Brokers, Inc., very similar to the name of the previous, but completely different. But when the collector looked at her records, she found that there was a personal property tax on this property that related to the previous owner. So that took about 2 weeks before ultimately legal counsel for her said, that's right, there's no claim, you cannot stop this gentleman, it is not his fault, it is not his responsibility to pay that tax of a predecessor. But that's the reason that we're in here now on April 7th, rather than 3 weeks ago. So the hope here is that tonight, that you will consider him to be the proper person, to be the holder of a Class 2 license, and agree that he may operate from this location on the corner of Turner and Washington, as well as allow for the storage of the vehicles in the screened-in area. And as you can see from that diagram, that plan, it shows that that is a 6-foot and 8-foot fencing around that area.
Are
I
there-
like it when everyone starts to nod at me. I don't like
I thought
that.
you were done.
John, is there anything that I didn't say that I should say?
You said it all.
Okay. Are you ready for questions?
I would love to take
Okay, great.
questions.
Councilor Churchill, then Councilor Cooper, and then Councilor, I wasn't sure, I saw him, but I wasn't sure which one. it was. Okay. Councilor Churchill,
Thank you, Mr. President.
you're welcome.
Sir, it says 55 plus or minus vehicles. How much in either direction are we talking? Originally, when I counted, it was 185.
Yes.
So how much more? 10, 20, 30?
At this point, you know, what I have said to him is he needs to operate, this is what the engineer came up with this number. I think that to make things very clear, because I like clearly demarcated situations. I think that if you are inclined to grant this license, it ought to be for 55. And then if a year from now, things have gone well, and he says, gee, I'd like to get some more vehicles, then we come back and we ask, perhaps in the fall, say, can we change that number? It's still the same location, we can put the vehicles in, may we have the license for 65? So 55, Mr. Churchill, would be my answer.
Thank you.
Councilor Cooper?
Thank you. Attorney Case, could you, coming up Route 1, is this the dealership that's at it's like down the hill a little bit, but the cars are on the hill facing Route 1 a bit?
Yes.
Okay, and then when I turn on Turner,
Yes.
what is this, or what was this building if it's vacant?
That's the problem with
I'm
living
trying
and
to
working in
figure out
this
where
area.
this is.
I think that was, I don't know if that was an area where there was some illegal activity taking
Yes,
place.
okay, that's what I was,
Nothing to do with this, gentleman.
I understand. I'm just trying to acclimate myself to the,
No, Mr. Cooper, be
the
careful,
neighborhood.
but we don't want you making any admissions.
no, okay, so I'm clear now where this, and this is,
That's all fine.
fenced, okay.
And there's a portion of Turner Street that was discontinued,
Correct.
Right.
and that's associated with the scrap operation some years ago.
Okay. That concludes my questions. Yes, thank you.
Councilor Kirby?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. The main business on Turner and Washington, that underwent significant renovations since 2013.
That's right, Mr. Kirby. Mr. Morrell spent an awful lot of money because it was, if you're familiar with it before, it had been somewhat of a rundown building, so it's physically it's much more attractive. Everything is new inside. You know, the employees wear uniforms, so it's a more of a professional operation than it had been before.
As I spent quite a bit of time in that area, and that was there was a significant renovation, not only to the building, to the lot, to I'm sure electrical, all the everything was upgraded, significant upgrade within the last 2 years, and I think not only that, but the parking lot being repaved and striped is an awful big benefit not only to you but to the customers.
Yes.
So, and just beyond that, I think there's a motorcycle dealership down Turner Street, just next door. I think they sell motorcycles or repair motorcycles.
I think Mr. Governor is in the back, and I believe he's the owner of the building right adjacent, and I believe, Mr. Governor, I mean, you can get up, but at one time there was motorcycle repair or sales that were there.
Right.
And then continuing further down on the left, there's another auto repair, Revy's, I think Revy's.
All right. I'm all set, thank you.
Hey, Councilor Churchill?
As a follow-up, sir, the property that they're gonna store the vehicles on, is that rented or owned by the?
That is a month-to-month lease. The owner of that property is Chartier Street Nominee Trust, and it is a fellow by the name of Peter Shaheen, who is in north of Boston.
Is there a contract on this property for more than just a month at a time?
No, but...
You don't feel that's gonna be a problem down the road?
Mr. Morale feels that it is a handshake. I mean, he does a lot of stuff by handshake and feels comfortable with it. He recognizes the risk. I mean, I've said very much what you're saying, which is if you are there on a month-to-month and your business grows, and then the landlord may take advantage of that by increasing the rent.
Okay, because if we allow the license, we're allowing half of this facility on rented property that he has no really control over unless he pays his rent on a monthly basis.
And he would then be in jeopardy. He'd have to come back and seek another amendment if he were to lose his space.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Denley?
Yes, thank you for coming
You're
in. So I understand the Washington Turner Street property. And then on Westminster, this is just gonna be like a holding property for extra cars. If someone comes in, they're interested in a Toyota, whatever, it's not on the Washington Street lot. You can grab the extra car from the Westminster lot to show the person. Is that kind of the purpose of it?
Yes, that,
Yeah.
Mr. Morrell, would you come up here, so if there's a question like that, I think that's,
And if we could have your name and address for the record, please?
Yep. Name is John Moreo. My address is 1115 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass.
Thank you for coming in.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me. Basically, that property is pretty much a holding pen, basically for cars from my lot, and at the same time as much the wholesaling that I do also on the side. So it pretty much does both, you know. And at the same time, with the other question prior to that, if for some reason, if you guys would feel better with a lease also with that property where I park the vehicles across the way, I could also get one also. But at the moment, it's month to month, so. But if you guys would feel better having a lease with that, I could definitely get one.
Mr. Churchill?
Sir, when I first looked at the property, it looked like the majority of our access was across from the metal storage area, but from the looks of this, you're gonna access everything right off of Turner Street?
Correct.
Okay, so the fenced-in property is as it's presented, there'll be no rear access. It's all gonna come off of,
No.
okay.
Is that-
Is the same person that, the lottery building, own the same property that you're leasing? Is it all correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Denley, then Mr. Conti? Council Denley?
So, Mr. Casey, Doug Simple, who's our building commissioner, has signed off on both of these.
yes, sir.
Yes. So then my only concern would be moving forward if the Westminster Avenue lot wants to have more cars, that would have to get a new site plan and a new approval from the council. So as long as, like, if we want to expand or contract or whatever, that would just have to go through another process.
Mr. Denley,
Go with that.
absolutely, that is our understanding.
All right. I'm good.
Council Conti?
That was it.
Any other questions for this time? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can you come forward, please? And again, we need your name and address for that record, please. And thank you for coming in. Okay, did you get the last name?
Governor? O-R-E-R?
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Gover.
Okay. Thank you for coming in.
Well, don't you need a permit for that lot?
Councilor Churchill, do you have the answer to that?
When the lawyer took it through the process with the building inspector, my understanding was they just had to change the ordinance.
Okay.
I don't believe that question, I can answer the question other than what I've just said. I believe when the building inspector approved it, I think we're all set. And I know that we talked to the city solicitor. I don't know what the process was, but
Okay.
all the legal ramifications of what's going on have been satisfied.
Okay.
Because that was one of my concerns before Mr. Casey came before this honorable body.
Okay. All right. Does that answer
Well,
your?
he didn't get that license when he opened that place. He got that afterwards, without a permit.
Okay.
That's-
And he lives in both lots.
Yeah.
Mr. Governor, this is what we're talking about now, is the fact that it was not set up properly originally with the amount of vehicles that had been submitted both to the building commissioner and to the license committee of the city council. And that's the reason why we're doing this now. We've already established that the building commissioner has gone over there and viewed the site, and it's acceptable within our ordinances to him. We've already established that Mr. Moreau leases the property for the storage of those particular vehicles or any other vehicles, as long as there's no more than the 54 of them. So that takes care of that issue as well. And if there are to be any changes in the future, then Mr. Moreau would have to come before us again and ask for changes to be made. So I think that your concerns, although are well-based, is what we're trying to take care of with the procedure that we're going through now, so that everything that he is doing from this point on, once, if and once this is approved, will be within the parameters of the guidelines that have been set forth in the license.
I thought he had 60 days to clean it up.
Councilor Churchill, can you say something?
If, I first went down to his property on the complaint from you,
Yeah.
okay? And I addressed the cars parked in the which he corrected.
No, it's not. Still the same one.
Well, also, at the time I went down there, it was corrected. And when I went down there, I saw the cars parked behind the lottery building, and I asked the person in there who owned the property. I didn't get an answer. I conferred with some of my colleagues here about that because I'm new on the licensing, and I went back to the police department and talked to them. And that's why the police went down there. And I went down there again and I counted the cars. And so since that time, the process has been to rectify the fact that he's using leased property to put cars on, and that's what we're doing this evening. So basically, he has done what this honorable body has asked him to do so far. And what we're going to vote on is that, well, as what we have presented to him that he needed to do. And that's what this issue is this evening.
Is he coming in going in one area? Because he's going right around. He's using both ends.
I don't think the access is the concern, the number of cars that he's going to allow on that property, or we're going to allow him to have.
How many
is the issue.
is he allowed on the lot?
As it says on the license, I think it's 43 and 6 show places.
I don't think he can fit 43.
According to the,
And 4 parking spots over 100.
What's the number?
So,
You don't know.
off-site, we have 55. On-site, we have 42 plus 6 customer parking
I was
spaces.
off by 1.
How can he work in an area with that many cars? He can't fit that many cars in there and work out of 2 garages.
Well, if he can't, then he won't have more than he's allowed.
Okay.
If he can't get more than that in there, sir, he won't have more than he's allowed. And I'm assuming this is an overflow, so he's gonna transfer cars from one side to the other. We're allowing him 43 here and 55 here, that'll be the total.
He doesn't need a special permit for that other lot?
That's what we're in the process of doing right now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's what we're trying to do right now. To allow that to exist, it's gonna be part of his license request. To the best of my understanding, I don't know if I explained that well enough to you.
No, he didn't. Well, I got it down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Cooper and then Councilor Hagney.
Thank you. Could we perhaps have the gentleman speaking now is saying that the Rite Aid situation hasn't been resolved and that he's coming in from an access that said he wasn't going to use, and I think if we could clarify those, you know, he really should have the 55 and 42 cars there right now, and if he has any more than that, he has a slight problem from where I'm sitting, because he's got to do something about that sooner rather than later. I don't know that we can vote on it if he hasn't fixed the I'm calling them Rite Aid, because I think that's the parking lot that
Yes, it
some
is.
of them were and he had permission, I think, from what you've said, that he had permission to park them there, but from the property owner, but not from the city,
Correct.
was my understanding, and I think that needs to be resolved before we go vote. That's my position anyway.
Thank you. Councilor Hagney?
I do have a question, but I just want to have clarification too, is we're talking about the license, because I know he said permit, but we're amending the license, right? So we're not really talking about a permit, it's the license. So we're amending the numbers of the cars for the license, so we're not talking about permit. Okay. What is your opposition? Like, why are you here? Like, what is your issue or your opposition to
Oh, I
the?
think he's trying to put too many cars on that lot.
Okay. And that's your only opposition is just,
Well, I mean, he think he owns the whole road, everything else, he parks all over.
okay,
I
because
mean,
this is
takes
your
every-
opportunity to.
Yeah, he takes everybody else's parking area, the guy in the body shop, same thing, he takes all the spots.
On the road, you mean?
Yeah, on the road, plus to where they park
So
in front of the building.
congestion?
I mean, they had the whole place, the whole section blocked up, like it was legal. Because he thinks he's got power. So,
And you own a piece of property
yes, I do, right next to it.
right here, right? Okay. Thank you.
You all set? Any other questions, Councilor Denley?
Just a couple things. Thank you for coming in. I'll tell you, I was the previous license chair and then Ms.
I
Hegney
know.
before me. I'm always shocked at how many cars you can fit in such a small area, and
Gonna fit in
they're
that area.
they're engineered and they're approved by the city.
They're not engineers.
No, they are. They have to be by law. And I get the cars like right on top of each other, right? The biggest reassurance you can get is that Mr. Casey's here right now, and I'm sure he'll make sure the whole operation is buttoned up and is taken care of. And also this overflow lot, if there's to be any change to it whatsoever after we approve it, there's going to be scrutiny from this honorable body one more time. They're going to have to come before us, and we're going to give them more scrutiny. So what this would do is should guarantee that there would be no more than 42 cars plus 6 customer parking spots on the main dealership. And then on the overflow, there will not be more than 55 cars unless they come back to this honorable body to amend that, at which time you'd have a chance to
I
kind
mean,
of
they
talk
got
to
2
us
campers
again.
right against ETC.
And
That's a fire hazard.
I'm guessing that the chairman right here will also be taking a look again at the
I mean, I
property.
don't think he was the fire chief. I don't know why he didn't pick up on that right off the bat.
So I'm not the fire chief anymore.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, yeah.
But thank you for coming in.
If I may, Mr. President, on the first complaint, sir, when I went down and counted the cars before I discovered these cars here, counting the 2 cars that I found in, right, it didn't go over the number of cars he had. And when I spoke to him, I said, why are those over there? And I went back the next day, they were gone. So if he's doing it again, obviously, he's listening to what you have to say, and obviously, I'm going to have to get down and count.
Difference. He doesn't care anyway, because he'll do it.
Whether he cares or not, we care. Okay.
That's it.
And,
At least somebody cares.
you gave me the diagram. I went down several times on complaints from you, and I did talk to him, or one of his workers. That's how I discovered the other cars, and that's what we're trying to address, the additional cars that were there. If you think that every car dealership needs to be scrutinized, you might be right. I assure you that I will go down and check this. However, I'm not gonna go every day. So what I'm asking you is it 1 or 2 cars? Is it a dozen cars? Because, as the council said, it's a tight engineering program, and when I went down to count them, I was amazed that they had, I think I counted 40 cars that day, not counting a couple of worker cars in front of one of the garages. And I'm assuming they have a right to park there if they're working. All we're licensing is the cars that he's trying to sell. And the 2 cars across the street didn't go over the number that allowed, but they were across the street. So what I'm saying to you is if you feel that that's going on, and his lawyer's here and he's here, I will go down and look. But obviously, he would be foolish not to obey, because he's been brought into public preview, and he knows that we're gonna check on him. We're not trying to put him out of business, we're just trying to make sure that he obeys the
I'm
license.
not trying to put him out of business. I
Okay,
just wanted to-
so that's not why we're here. And all I can say to you is I will go down and check it on a weekly basis. I won't tell him which day.
Councilor Parika?
Thank you, President Cook. Oh, hold on. Ms. Hagney, is it okay if you reference yours? Thank you. So, if I'm to be, I just need a little bit of clarification. So, when he's having cars delivered, moving cars around, he's utilizing a significant amount of the streets, impeding anyone being able to get to your business or any of the other businesses. Would that be correct?
Well, he gets a load in, he unloads it at the drugstore.
Okay, and how often are you impeded from being able to use Turner Street or Westminster Street?
What do you mean, how often?
Like once a week, twice a week, every single day? Like, is there a traffic flow issue in that area that
Well, it is because going to the lottery, it's a lot of people from Rhode Island goes there.
Okay, 'cause the reason why I asked.
He drives them cars around this way and around the other way with no plates, no nothing.
Okay, so if there was the possibility when we're creating his permit, excuse me, I apologize, his license to address the manner in which we would prefer that he transports his cars from one location to the other, what would your preference be?
Turner Street.
How would you like it to go? Do you want it just right down Turner Street and over it? That's it?
Turner Street, because he's on Turner.
Because we have as a council and as the chairperson, we would have the ability to put into his license specific ways that he would have to move his cars, and if he's not doing it properly, then we would have to address that. That would be another caveat to make sure that his business isn't negatively affecting all the remaining businesses.
Okay.
And I think that would that be?
Sure,
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or concerns? Okay, here, thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Anyone else here to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? And Mr. Churchill, do you want to close?
I would like to close. Thank you, Mr. President.
The business testimony presented in the recommendation of Council Churchill, and I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. They are not going to be voting on this tonight. Churchill, will be... Okay. Thank you. And Michelle, if you read the notice of the last public hearing, please?
Public hearing relative to the administration's proposed program year 2015 Community Development Block Grant Entitlement Budget for the CDBG entitlement year, July 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2016. The proposed program year 2015 annual action plan, and to request that the mayor on behalf of the city of Attleboro be authorized to submit to the Department of Housing and Urban Development the proposed CDBG budget and proposed activities to be undertaken during the upcoming CDBG entitlement year.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Dorothy Brissett, Community Development Director for the City of Attleboro. I'm pleased to be before Council this evening to present the program year 2015 annual action plan and the Community Development Block Grant budget. Tonight also opens up the 30-day comment period on the action plan and the budget. The action plan draft is available in the Community Development Office. There's a copy over at the Public Library, and also I've left a copy for Council by your your mail cubbies there. CDBG funds are primarily used to assist the low and moderate income residents of the City of Attleboro. In developing the city's 5-year consolidated plan last year, some areas were expressed that there's deep need for additional affordable housing and the retainage of affordable housing for our moderate income residents, economic development opportunities through the creation of jobs, and also public facility improvements, primarily to public facilities that serve low to moderate income individuals, or the removal of architectural barriers in some of our low-income neighborhoods. Last but not least, also there was expressed support for the public service agencies that provide services to the majority of our low-income residents. The handout before you is the program year 2015 budget. The Department of Housing and Urban Development issued our program year 15 allocation in early February. The city's allocation for program year 15 is $374,286. I'm proposing that the program will collect approximately $27,000 in program income through loans that were written for economic development projects and also for housing rehabilitation projects over the past years. And there is an unobligated amount of money still available in our line of credit of about $245,588. So that gives us an opening budget for the new program year of $646,941. The unobligated funds are a result of funds that were recaptured last year for $194,000 that council had approved of, and also some unobligated money to housing rehabilitation projects that just didn't manifest into rehab projects. So I am proposing that approximately $75,000 be allocated to the administrative budget. The CDBG program only allows for 20% of the total allocation to be available to the support, thank you, to the support of the administrative budget. Also, I am proposing that $60,366 be set aside for public service. That number is a combination of the FY15 program year budget along with any program income that was collected in the existing year. I'm estimating that we'll collect about $28,000, so that number along with next year's budget is about 15%, gives us the $60,366. I'm also proposing that we set aside approximately $100,000 towards public facility improvements and the remaining balance of $411,575 towards housing rehabilitation and the support of the housing rehabilitation program. The second handout that I have attached refers to the public service budget. The city this year opened up its needs public hearing in January. Applications were made at that time. Requests for proposals were made at that time. The recipients had approximately 30 days to submit their application. We received 8 applications in reference to public facility or public service improvements, and 2 applications were considered to either not qualified based on the type of proposal that they submitted or that the application wasn't complete. The projects that were funded will assist over 600 Attleboro residents and have been agencies that have been funded in the past and have showed tremendous amount of reporting knowledge of the block grant program, and have submitted their invoices in a timely fashion, and through my monitoring of said programs have seen that they've been within the program guidelines. Okay. So in conclusion, the mandated comment period starts this evening. It'll run through May 8th. A copy of the action plan, as I indicated, is available in our office along with the city's website and also at the library. For council, there's a copy in the council chambers or council meeting room. The deadline for submitting this application to HUD is May 15th, so I respectfully request that council review and approve said action plan and budget and provide a approval prior to May 15th. Good questions?
Okay, thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you.
For coming in. Do any councilors have any questions on the information presented? Councilor Denman.
Thank you, Ms. Brissette. I think you do a great job.
Thank you.
So I'm looking at the numbers, and we are not hitting our cap on the 20% administration costs, which is a good thing. So we're
Yes.
using that money more for community projects
Yes,
and
correct.
less for admin. And then, so I'm looking at the public service 15%. That's only based on the 2015 CDBG allocation.
It's the 2015 CDBG allocation plus 15% of any program income collected in the existing year.
There we go. I thought it was all of the income. So,
No.
so you're 50. So you are maxing out. On
Yes,
the public
absolutely.
service, which is
Oh, yeah.
wonderful. And then I thank you for taking this off Gary's plate. You
Yeah.
know, he has
My
plenty to
pleasure.
do. And then I just really appreciate your focus on the public service. It's always been my big push. They do such great things in the community. And we were able to fund all but 2 this year.
Correct.
And it will affect, you have a very exact estimate of 613 Attleboro residents will be positively impacted by
That is correct, and it's my understanding from some of the agencies that it may even be more. They seem to be stretching their dollar quite far. I have to say, I'm quite impressed with the public service agencies here in Attleboro. There's no repetitive service here at all. They're very respectful. They really network with each other extremely well, and I'm impressed every time I monitor their financial records and with them meeting federal requirements. There's a lot of paperwork that's required for sometimes very small money, and I'm quite impressed with the agencies.
Keep up the good work. I was
Thank
very
you.
happy with this.
Excellent, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councilor Churchill.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Again, I'm new at a lot of this. The 8 organizations they're consistent for 2 years. They do come and go?
They do come and go, yes. Yeah, we funded a new agency last year. Unfortunately, the agency did reapply this year, but the HUD guidelines for public services has changed slightly, and it no longer allows administrative support unless we choose to count that project against our administrative budget ourselves, which we're pretty capped out on.
So it's not just a decision made in-house, you also have some guidelines as to who you can.
Oh, absolutely, yep. There's a point system that we use, all within the guidelines, and then there's certain points and percentages that are
These
applied.
organizations are obviously aware of how the system works, so they have to either measure up or they have to drop out.
Yes, absolutely,
All right, thank you
absolutely.
for that.
And the only reason why those two agencies did not, were not funded this year was because one, we couldn't allow, and the other, the application simply wasn't complete.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other concerns or questions? Okay, again, thank you for coming in for all your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Speaking either for or against? Speaking either for or against? Hearing none. Councilor Condi, do you see any need to keep the public hearing open?
No, we are allowing public comment periods through
Right.
May 8th, so I'm sure we'll be able to meet the deadline of May 18th. And I think we can close the public hearing.
Thank you. Okay, the deadline, did you say it's May 15th or May 18th?
May 15.
15.
15th.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll have to.
That's still within the
vote
time, within the time.
May
Yes,
12th.
Should be fine. Okay, very good. Okay, well, again, based on the testimony presented, the recommendation of the chairman of this particular committee, I will be closing this public hearing, and then we'll be taking it up subsequently.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. That concludes all of our public hearings for this evening, and at this point, we'll go on to the reading of the mayor's communication. Close that?
Yep.
Okay.
April 7th, 2015. Dear municipal councilors, I respectfully submit for confirmation by your honorable body the appointment of Rick G. Rose, 81 Canninger Road, to fill an expired term on the Cultural Council, term to expire February 2018. There are copies in your packet.
Personnel and Human Services Committee, please.
For your information, the Historical Commission has appointed Jack Rogers, 49 Clare Drive, to a 2-year appointment as an associate member of the Historical Commission. Term to expire February 2017. Council confirmation is not needed for this appointment. I respectfully submit a communication from Superintendent of Schools, Kenneth M. Sheehan, regarding a donation from Nancy Wall of a 2002 Volkswagen Jetta with an estimated retail value of $845 for the automotive department at Attleboro High School. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous gift to the City of Attleboro. There are copies in your packet.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
For your information, I regret to inform your honorable body, we have received the resignation of Kate O'Neill from the Cultural Council. I know you will join me in thanking Ms. O'Neill for her service to the city. There are copies in your packets. For your information, I regret to inform your honorable body that Thomas Higgins is no longer an associate member of the Historical Commission. I know you will join me in thanking Mr. Higgins for his service to the city. There are copies in your packets. I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding a surplus item that the mayor's office would like to declare surplus, and hereby respectfully request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. There are copies in your packets. One, Nikojima typewriter AE 710 no longer works.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding a surplus item that the police department would like to declare surplus for trade-in or resale value, and hereby respectfully request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. There are copies in your packet. 2008 BMW 528xi, 105,263 miles in fair condition.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding surplus items that the school department would like to declare surplus for trade-in or resale value, and hereby respectfully request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. There are copies in your packets. 2007 Freightliner chassis
Yeah,
bus.
Chassis.
A 1998 Chevy Cut Van minibus, a 1990 Chevy Spovan van, 2006 Thomas Freightliner 33 passenger half bus, 2007 Chevy Cutaway wheelchair lift equipped minibus, 2001 Chevy Express 7 passenger van, 2004 Chevy Express 7 passenger van, 2005 Ford Econoline 7 passenger van, 2006 wheelchair lift equipped minibus, 2006 Ford Econoline 278,648 miles.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Superintendent of Parks and Forestry, Sunny Almeida, regarding the donation of 55 rose bushes from Anderson Rose Garden from the Garden Club. The total estimated value is $1,210. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous gift to the City of Attleboro. There are copies in your packets.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Superintendent of Parks and Forestry, Sunny Almeida, regarding the need for funds for animal control overtime. The overtime for animal control has increased due to an unforeseen illness in the department, as well as an increased call volume during FY 2015. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $4,825.60 from citywide reserve fund for transfer account to the animal control overtime account. Upon approval, the available balance in the reserve fund for transfer account will be $33,709.77. Copies in your packets.
Personnel and Human Services Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Fire Chief Scott Teely Chance regarding the need for funds for overtime. The fire department has experienced tremendous difficulty filling vacancies in a timely fashion. Further compounding these problems, there have been numerous firefighters with long-term injuries and illnesses. Because of unanticipated vacancies, hiring delays, and injuries, there is insufficient overtime funding to maintain essential services for the rest of this fiscal year. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body appropriate $50,000 from undesignated fund general government free cash account to the fire overtime account. Copies in your packets.
Public Safety and Emergency Management Committee, please.
I respectfully request your honorable body to authorize the mayor and appropriate department or departments to research and develop a plan to participate in a contract or contracts to aggregate the electricity load of the residents and businesses in the city of Attleboro, and for other related services independently or in joint action with other municipalities, or further authorize the mayor to execute all documents necessary to accomplish the same.
Public Works Committee, please. And in a few moments, there will be some speakers making a presentation about this item, and that's part of the reason we suspended the rules this evening.
I respectfully submit a communication from Personnel Director Owen Bebo regarding the need to make additions to the classification plan. These recommended additions are a result of changes within the Health Department and the Planning and Development. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to add the following positions on the city classification plan for exempt employees. Waste Reduction Enforcement Coordinator added to grade 1, and Assistant Conservation Agent added to grade 3. Copies in your packets.
Personnel and Human Services Committee, please.
As you are aware, the city-owned property on Lamb Street has been selected for our equipment and maintenance facility for the Department of Public Works Highway Division, which is also the location of the newly constructed central fueling depot and storage facility. This combined facility is located almost exactly in the geographical center of the city and is therefore perfectly situated, especially for snow operations. As you may recall, the need for this new building is to provide for the functional replacement or of our existing equipment and maintenance facility for the Department of Public Works Highway Division, which is currently located at the city's Wall Street facility. That existing building is expected to be demolished sometime this summer in order to continue our $4.766 million construction project at that site, including Riverfront Drive and Riverfront Park. The demolition of that existing building means that the new equipment and maintenance facility for the Department of Public Works Highway Division must be substantially completed prior to next winter. After numerous public meetings and in close consultation with personnel from the Department of Public Works Highway Division, the architect for this project, Robinson Green Beretta Corporation, RGB, has put forth a very sensible utilitarian design for this new building. The final design was approved by the Municipal Building Commission at its March 4th, 2015 meeting. The project was then put out to bid in accordance with Massachusetts procurement laws. The filed subbids for this project were opened on March 25th, 2015, and the general bids were opened on April 1st, 2015. There were 3 general bids submitted. In fulfilling their due diligence, RGB has recommended that 2 of these bids do not meet certain legal requirements and must be disqualified. Unfortunately, one of the companies that was disqualified was also the lowest bidder. Based upon the qualified bid results and the need to perform other improvements in connection with this new facility, I respectfully request your honorable body to approve the following loan order. Ordered that $19,900,000 is appropriated for the construction of a municipal public works equipment and maintenance facility, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and the cost of preparing, issuing, and marketing any bonds or notes in connection therewith. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow $9,900,000 under section 7.3 of chapter 44 of the Massachusetts General Law or any other enabling authority. That $100,000 of the amount appropriated shall be allocated to the cost of preparing, issuing, and marketing any such borrowing, provided that any portion of such $100,000 not needed for such costs of issue may be used for project expenses, and that the mayor is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project.
Budget and Appropriations Committee, and also I'm going to refer this matter to the Planning Board for study and recommendation. And also, Councilor Kirby, this matter requires a public hearing. Would you like to call for a public hearing on April 21st, 2015?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for the second. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. That hearing will be on the 21st. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification, Ms. Chakro did mention at one point 19 million, and it's only requesting 9 million.
Oh, sorry.
Only.
Only.
I thought that we only...
Well, it's not 19 million, so.
Okay, moving on. Item number 14.
I respectfully submit, excuse me, I respectfully submit a communication from City Solicitor Robert Mangiarati in agreement with Planning and Development and the Building Inspector regarding proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. These amendments would specifically define asphalt plant and concrete plant. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to amend the following revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro. Amend 17-3.4 Table of Use Regulations, Wholesale Transportation and Industrial by inserting new land uses number 15 and 16. 15 bituminous concrete asphalt plant and 16 is concrete plant. They are not allowed in general residence, single residence, central business, general business, planned highway.
Planned highway.
Special permit is required in industrial and not allowed in IBP. Amend 17-3.5 Table of Accessory Use Regulations by inserting new accessory uses number 28 and 29. Accessory use 28, bituminous concrete / asphalt plant, and 29 concrete plant. Again, not allowed in general residence, single residence, central business, general business, or planned highway business. Special permit is required in industrial and IBP not allowed. Amend 17-11.2 definitions by inserting the following definitions alphabetically.
I'm gonna waive the reading of the definitions of those two matters.
Excuse me.
And I'm gonna refer this matter to the Ordinance, Elections, and Legislative Matters Committee, and also to the Planning Board for setting recommendation. And incidentally, this matter calls for a joint public hearing. Would you like to schedule a joint public hearing on May 5th?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passed. That hearing will be on the 5th. Thank you. Of May.
May 5th.
Yes.
I respectfully submit a communication from the Director of Planning and Development, Gary Erasian, regarding the acceptance of a guidebook entitled Attleboro Business and Development Guide. The City of Attleboro was awarded a technical assistance pass-through grant in early FY 2014 from the South Coast Rail Grant Program to develop this handbook. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous gift to the City of Attleboro. Copies in your packets.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Acting Superintendent of Public Works, Highway Division, Ron Dubuque, regarding the need for funds for traffic signal improvements. The request is in response to technical memorandum from Southeastern Regional Planning and Economic Development District, SERPID, recommending that adjustments to the existing signal timing at the following intersections be made to improve the overall traffic operations in the downtown commercial district. Location 1, North Main Street, South Main Street, County Street, Park Street. Location 2, Bank Street, Railroad Ave, Park Street. Location 3, Emery Street, Pleasant Street. Location 4, Pleasant Street, Union Street, Park Street. Before the city pursues these improvements, a new signal timing plan should be designed and signed off by a professionally licensed engineer. The Department of Public Works is recommending that Niche Engineering, who has designed many road reconstruction and traffic improvements to the City of Attleboro, perform this work. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $14,400 from Public Works gasoline account to Public Works professional services account. Copies in your packets.
Public Works Committee, please.
I am excited to announce that I believe what I believe will be a milestone in how the residents of Attleboro engage with their city in another fashion. I am proud to announce the City of Attleboro has secured a grant through the Boston Metropolitan Area Planning Council to assist in launching See-Click Fix, which is an interactive tool residents will be able to use to alert the city of non-emergency issues. A free application will be available in the future for download on the Apple App Store, as well as Android platforms and Google Play once developed. With implementing this software application in Attleboro, a resident will be empowered with the ability to report issues with the simple click of a button. The city will receive a report with all of the pertinent information a resident can provide, including, but not limited to, picture of the issue, the GPS location, and the description of the issue. The intent of this reporting is to identify non-emergency issues such as potholes, graffiti, and rubbish removal, to name a few. Once issues are reported, ample data is continually evolving and available to the public, including mapping of issues, progress of remediating the issue, as well as define expectations for remediation. Prior to launching this application for public use, the city will first create a beta group to test the initial application of software to test its effectiveness. The grant covers $2,500 of the first year of implementation, thus leaves a balance of $2,650 needed. Fortunately, costs in specific accounts within the department have funds available as expenses have come in less than anticipated and can be transferred to cover the expenses. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $2,650 from budget admin software or to budget admin software from the following accounts. $2,161.36 from budget admin maintenance payment processor. $488.64 from budget admin maintenance of software.
Public Safety and Emergency Management Committee, please.
And that is all. It is signed sincerely, Kevin J. Dumas, Mayor.
Thank you. And the other communications, please.
I have a recommendation from the planning board requesting the municipal council to request Bishop Feion High School to prepare and submit a full and comprehensive traffic study.
Transportation and Traffic Committee, please.
I have a communication from VFW Post 115 at 122 Park Street, Attleboro, Mass., requesting permission to hold annual Poppy Drive on Saturday, May 9th, 2015, with a rain date of Saturday, March 16th, 2015.
May 16. License Committee, please.
I have an application for a new 2015 Class 2 auto license from Auto Mazed, Inc., 923 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass. 7 customer parking spaces and 33 display spaces.
License Committee, please. And Council Churchill, this matter requires a public hearing. Would you like to call for a public hearing on Tuesday, April 21st?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. That hearing will be moved from tonight. Thank you.
I have an application for an amended license for 3 10,000-gallon gasoline underground storage tanks and 1 8,000-gallon diesel tank from Cumberland Farms, Inc., 100 Crossing Boulevard, Framingham, Mass., for the property located at 220 Pleasant Street, Attleboro, Mass., said premises being assessed as plat number 58, lot number 22.
License Committee, please. And again, Council Churchill, this matter requires a public hearing. Would you like to call for a public hearing on April 21st?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. That hearing will be on 21st. Thank you. So that concludes
all
all
I
of the communications for this evening. At this time, I would recognize Mayor Dumas for a presentation on the Community Electricity Aggregation Program, and he will be introducing the other people that he has brought with him. And again, I want to thank you for coming in this evening and for your patience as we work through a lot of other matters here this evening. So good evening and welcome. I'm looking forward to this. This is something that I've been interested in and time, so it's great to have you at this point. So good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the municipal council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. We started a discussion with the council president back several months ago, and it's an opportunity after National Grid had discussed their large rate increase on the supply cost of the energy generation. That's that one portion of 2 parts of your electric bill. We really started to be able to look at an option to be able to go through and to see if there was a way where we could find a way to lower the energy bills costs for our residents and businesses who already do not supply to or signed on to any type of energy agreement with someone. So through SERPED, which is our Southeastern Regional Economic Planning and Development District, which Ross Perry is the Director of Municipal Management Services for SERPED, and also through the MMA conference in January, we started to have some more in-depth discussions about this type of opportunity. Ross is going to talk about his work and what he's been working with 15 other municipalities on this buying power. This provides an opportunity where we collectively as a group get together, and the more people and the more area and more electric accounts that the buying power, the idea is that you'll have a better buying power rate that you can bring to your residents. And we would only enter into such agreement if in fact that we were able to have that average savings of $150, or it could be more depending upon the buying power that Ross will talk about tonight with Good Energy. And Ross will talk about the relationship with SERPED, the work that they've done thus far, to be able to go through and vet out all of the different companies they looked at and why SERPED has gone with Good Energy. And tonight we have Stefano Lorato, who is the Business Development Director for Good Energy, and the Council President and I had met with Ross and with Stefano both just a short time ago, and we wanted to be able to bring forth this presentation to you this evening as an option that I think is a great option. I think it's a way for us collectively as good government to be able to provide the opportunity for people to be able to take advantage of something like this that can mean more money that goes into the pockets of our residents versus going out the door to National Grid. So I'll turn this over at this point to Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Ross Perry. I work for Southeast Regional Planning, Economic Development District in Taunton. I also live in Stowe, Massachusetts. And with me, as the mayor said, is Stefano Loretto from Good Energy. Good Energy is a company that we hired to represent this project and to represent you as a community. We found them by polling other towns that have been doing this in Massachusetts. I put together a scope of services in conjunction with the 8 other towns that were working with us at that time. We received proposals from 6 companies. We screened them down to 3. We brought 3 companies, including Good Energy, in to interview with this group of 8 representatives. And they, by far, were the best company to do this job. They've got the most experience in doing residential aggregations. They have the strongest level of marketing because, as we'll discuss later on, there's a lot of this is public education and explaining how the process works. So it's not just buying power and having a broker services. It's explaining to people how it works and extensive DPU filing. And they've got good relationships with the state agencies to help promote this. This is, as the mayor summarized, is an opportunity to lower the rates for residents. The concept is bulk purchasing. We're going to combine all the residents, the 1,600 plus households in Attleboro, into a buying block. That's what the aggregation allows, and go out to bid. What I've been doing through SERPED is actually combining multiple communities. We now have 14 that have officially voted to sign on to this. We've got another 4 that are considering it along with Attleboro this spring. So at the moment, we've got 150,000 households that will be aggregated together into a purchasing block to go out to bid for power. This will give your residents as much clout as the largest commercial or industrial user in the area. This is truly power for the people because you're giving them purchasing power. In addition to hoping to lower their rates, we will go out for long-term bids, probably 2 to 3 year bids. So they will have a fixed rate with no bumps in the winter. You saw the 30% increase in National Grid's bill due to the 50% increase in generation costs. We will get you a flat rate for that period of time. The community will also have a choice of how much of this power comes from green or alternative sources. At the present, the DPU says 11% of your power from National Grid must come from a green source, and that will bump up 1% a year. You can stay with that number, or you can pick 25, 50, or some communities have in Massachusetts, they've already picked 100% of their power to come from green. That's the community choice. Residents will continue to get a single bill from National Grid, and they will continue to call National Grid for service issues. They don't call the mayor, they don't call the city council, well, they may call you anyway, but it's National Grid that services them and supports their services. All residents will be given the opportunity to opt out. We will announce to the residents through a postcard and through other marketing efforts. We'll say, this is your National Grid rate, and this is the rate that we have bid, for the 2 to 3 year period. They will have an option to see that and to say, it's a good rate, they do nothing. If they don't like the rate, they return the postcard. If during the course of this contract, they decide they can get a better deal elsewhere, they can call and opt out. There are no termination clause penalties. There's nothing sticking them, as there are now with some of these third-party offerings that are out there that sound attractive, but I've heard a number of stories as we've talked in multiple towns about how these rates that sound cheap go up in a couple months, and then when they try to get out, there's huge cancellation penalties. Ours will be fixed rates, and ours will have no termination or separation clauses. So we think this, by the city picking up this program, you're giving the residents a way to get lower cost power, and you're protecting them from some of these offers that may not be in their best interest. You also, through the use of good energy, basically gain an energy consultant for every resident. Their numbers are available. They can be called and say, hey, what's going on my bill? These folks are available. I won't go through the details of the process, but this is also something that's been set up by state law. It requires good energy to do an extensive filing with DPU that gets reviewed by the Department of Energy Resources, and it will eventually require a city council vote to authorize the mayor to go off and explore and negotiate power. Presumably he's going to do that through our program, but you can do it on your own. So just sort of wrapping up this piece, conservatively, we think that going this program will save residents between $80 and $150 a year. That's not a lot as far as being able to afford and go out and buy a vacation home or a new car, but you're putting this money or keeping this money in the residents' pockets. $80 to $150 a year, could be a lot more. We don't know what the market's going to be. With a number of households in Attleboro, that $80 to $150 a year savings means there's a $1.7 million stays in the residents' pockets. And my guess is that's going to be spent locally. They go to the hardware store, one more time, my favorite store, or they go to a restaurant. It's something that gets spent locally. So this is really grassroots economic stimulation of $1.7 million by joining this aggregation. And we hope that we'll be doing 2 or 3 year contracts, so that's $1.7 million that stays in people's pockets to be spent locally through this program. So that's a quick summary. Stefano, do you want to go into more details?
I thought I would just add, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for having us here. And just to put it in perspective, when you talk about how many households and the buying power, the average household uses about 7,500 kilowatt hours a year. Obviously, a larger home or one with electric heat is going to use more, a smaller one would use less. Based on that, when you do the numbers of about 150,000 households, you get a number that is the equivalent of about 200 Walmart stores. So you're talking about an incredible amount of purchasing power that not only will get you a better rate, but will get you terms that are just far more favorable than any single one of us could ever possibly get as an individual. I think Ross touched on all the key points regarding the fact that it's opt-out, the fact that you can terminate at any time with no penalties, the fact that to the end user it's seamless. If there's one line item that changes on their bill, they still get a single bill from National Grid. Any service issues still go to National Grid. We really view the program as a program for residents, even though any account that's on the basic service will be enrolled. So whether it's a business, a resident, they'll be enrolled in the program. We really view it as a program that gives residents and small businesses the same benefits of deregulation that the large industrial customers have benefited from since '97. The statistics show that almost 90% of those large companies have already left the utility and are participating in deregulation, while only 10 to 15% of small businesses and residents are really seeing that benefit. We view the essence of the program coming down to properly structuring a bid, making it very competitive. We've done this for over 150 communities in the country. Almost 3 million people are served by our programs. We just completed our 3rd round of renewals in Illinois, and proud to say we've never had a community leave any one of our aggregations. So we attribute that to our expertise in doing a bid and providing savings, which is the foundation of the program, and we also attribute that to the public education. We really emphasize that. There's some, won't go into all the slides, don't think we're going to go through all of these, but on the very last page, you'll see a sample screenshot of the website that was actually created for the SERPED communities. And the point of this, you won't see Good Energy's name really anywhere in this, except maybe at the contact page. is really to educate residents. So any residents of all the communities on the left can click on it. They can find out about the program, when their town adopted it at town meeting or at city council. And then there's an FAQ section that really provides 30, 40 answers to the most basic questions we've heard. It's a great resource. We've had several thousand residents. You can't see it on this page, but if you were to scroll down on this page, there's a submission form that residents can just sign up to be kept aware of the program as things progress. And yeah, that's a real emphasis of what we do. We develop that for the community, with the community, so we can tell you what we've done in the past in other areas, but we really tailor it to what you think is going to work best with your community. What mechanisms, what newspapers, what radio stations, and we try and make sure that residents understand not only the benefits, but also their rights to not participate. So, yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Good. Okay, before I recognize the question, I did want to thank you all for coming in this evening. I had, in case you didn't, all of you didn't have a chance to read the cover letter when I sent out some information to you in advance of this meeting, and I tried to send the handout, but I understand some people had trouble downloading it or whatever. But as I mentioned, this is something that I had become interested in, not only when I got my bill, but then I started in some of the evening very well gotten calls from residents regarding the large increase in electric bills and what could possibly be done about it. And I started looking into it at that point. I did also wanted to mention that Scott, the intern in the mayor's office, actually has been a help to me. We actually spoke to a couple of different organizations that provide this type of service, and then also both with Ross and Stefano, I think it was in early January, that we had first spoken about this. I'm very excited about this because when you just saw some of the information and the potential that exists out there that we will be able to do. So to me, I'm very glad you were able to come in finally. With all the snow and everything, you made it a lot more difficult than to try to get this moving. I was getting very frustrated by it, and you guys were very patient, so I do appreciate that. So this is kind of a little bit of the background about how we got to this particular point. And as I said, I'm very excited about seeing it at this particular point. So I saw a few hands go up. I think I saw Mr. Conti's first, and I saw Ms. Perica's, then Mr. Denley, and then Ms. Hayden. So Councilor Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my question gets directed to Mr. Loretto. The way I understand is that you roll out the program, everybody is enrolled unless they opt out, send in a postcard. If they send in a postcard to opt out, can they later change their mind a month later, 2 months later, and opt in?
No.
No. So how long is that lockout period?
If somebody, let's say, is with a third-party supplier, so they're excluded from if you've decided to go with your home with a third-party supplier, you're actually excluded from the program because you've made a conscious decision to make an election there. We're not going to override your decision. So if you have made that decision and you're with a different supplier, you're not part of the program. If that contract expires or you decide to terminate it and do whatever you're obligated to do under the contract, you can then opt into the program. But somebody who is initially opts out is not going to be allowed to opt back in. The reason for that is because of the rate changes that occur every 6 months. So National Grid, your rates will change November 1st and May 1st. And you should all be relieved to know that next May, your rates are going to go down from 16 cents to just about 9 cents on the supply side. So the rates will be coming down. You can't, the state doesn't want people playing the 6 month in, 6 month out game. So you come in for 6 months when you save some money, because the way the program's going to work, you can't guarantee savings every single billing period of every single month. You may save $30, $40, $50 a month during the winter rates when they're very high, and you may be even or $5 underwater for the summer rates. So savings have to be annualized because of that. And the state doesn't want individuals to kind of go back in for 6 months when it's beneficial. And the reason for that is the supplier, if the suppliers felt that residents could come in and out, well, that poses a significant risk on their end. You can imagine how much power they're purchasing and placing a hedge in place for that power. And if they felt there was exposure there, that risk would be reflected in the rate and everybody would pay the price.
So if I may follow up.
Follow up.
So suppose I come into Attleboro and I buy a house where the selling person selling the house was on a third-party contract, and I want to opt into the program, can I?
That's a great question. So it's a very common question. So anytime an account with National Grid, if you were to buy a house, the person that's selling the house would terminate their National Grid. You're going to get a new account number. When you get a new account number, there's a mechanism that we put in place called our perpetual opt-out, which would trigger a mechanism where you would then get an opt-out letter, and you would have the same privileges to opt out at the onset, or if you did nothing, you'd be enrolled automatically. And we discovered this really in some of the communities that we have in other states that have large college populations and they have universities, and we would see a decline and what's going on, and then we realized, okay, this is what's happening. So we have a mechanism where every month we're going to poll for new accounts. So even if you move across the street, you could be in the program, you move across the street, you close your account, you open your account, you're out of the program. So by polling monthly and picking up any new accounts like that, we make sure that any movement within the city or into the city, people are made aware of the program.
And the suppliers that bid on their contracts understand this due diligence and realize they're getting a stable customer base through their extra effort. And presumably that shows up in their bidding pricing.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome. Council Parika.
Thank you. I have multiple questions. I'm looking through your packet and with someone who just got a $600 electric bill with a $200 supplier charge on that, and I am paying the 16 cents. I was very unhappy. I'm looking at one of your last pages in your packet, and it's showing us some of the participating communities: Acushnet, Dartmouth, Dighton, Fall River. So, when have you implemented them? How long have they been on the plan, and what is their current rate?
So that's,
The towns that are listed there are the ones who've done the town meeting or city council vote to join.
Okay.
So we're in the process of going through the DPU filing for them, so we have not purchased power or delivered power to these towns yet.
You see, I'm
Yes.
sorry. You say there are 14 currently, and who are they?
It's the ones that are listed there.
But there's no one that has gone online or, have you haven't
enrolled, right?
Enrolled, excuse me.
Exactly. So what we did was, this really started in the fall. So they went through their selection process in the fall of 2014. Most of these communities are ones that had a fall town meeting, as well as some of the larger cities that aren't. The process starts with the passage of an order for a city or an article on the town meeting warrant. So hands were really tied until they had that town meeting to approve that warrant, which happened for most of these in the fall. As Ross said, there's about another half dozen that are in the process to put it on their spring town meeting. So we haven't gone to bid, which is really why we can't give you an exact number on savings, because the goal is to get in for next winter's rate change November 1st. We're not going to be able to get in, obviously, for the summer, because that's a month away, your rates change. So this is really a program that's going to be starting for National Grid customers in November and for NSTAR customers in January when their rates change.
If I may, again, so are there other communities outside the Serpent area that currently have this happening now?
With Good Energy, or
Yes,
just in
with
general?
Good Energy
No,
in
this
general,
is our first group. So we've actually been doing this since 2011 in other states, but selfishly, I wanted to come into the state because it was far more convenient than traveling to Illinois.
I imagine that it would be.
But,
so then perhaps if you could give us an example of, I know it won't be accurate and it won't be anything that we could base this off of, but in other areas of the country, what's the savings or what's the rate?
Right, so
I know that's
it's going to make everybody very angry when I tell you this, but people in Illinois pay about 4 to 5 cents per kilowatt hour. Yeah, so nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. So
it's good to know that information, though.
They don't have the population density and some of the other factors that we have that cause our prices to be high. Massachusetts, at this point, at this current time, has the second highest rates in the country, second only to Hawaii. So it's a dubious distinction, and it's the savings when we started our programs in Illinois were, I never like to say this because it sounds, they were upwards of 40%. Now, that was a perfect storm scenario of volatility in the rates and certain laws passing. That number's come down, and went down to about 7%, and at the most recent renewal, it's similar to Massachusetts, the rates change regularly, so you could save 20%, and then it came down, but now it's going back up to, I believe it's close to 20%. So there's been tremendous value. We've saved collectively communities well over $100 million since we've started our programs in 2011.
And just one more, thank you, I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the Serpent area that has said no?
No,
Yet?
never.
That's
I've been at every town meeting, and we're there to answer questions from the public, and nothing but positive response. Again, by going down this process, it's worth stressing that the city is not committing to anything at this time. We can get right to bid day. We can get to bid day, and we can say, here's the rates, and it's basically a matrix. It's a yellow page that's somewhere in here. And you basically have the renewable, the term lengths, and there's prices in there. And if it's not as if it's not as low as we had hoped, and that's not going to come as a surprise, because ahead of that, we're going to be getting indicative pricing, so it's not like we're opening them and have no idea what the prices are going to be. We're going to know where they are, but if they're not what we expected or hoped because of market conditions, well, then you don't sign the bid. And we try again when market conditions improve. It doesn't commit or obligate the city or anybody to do anything. We're really just exploring the opportunity.
I feel almost that I would, they'll opt out. I have, so my initial concern is that, people get inundated with junk mail and things like that, and will have a tendency to ignore whatever it is. And so I have concerns with regards to that. I am the chairperson for City Property and Claims, and earlier last year, we had to redo our electric rate. We had to secure that, and I'm glad that we did, because I know it was only 9 and change, I believe, so I was happy that we did that. But so I almost, in my head, my first thought was, I'd rather it was an opt-in as opposed to an opt-out.
So the only thing I wanted to add to that is we often hear that from officials. The opt-out is what gives it its purchasing power. So statistics show that opt-in programs only get about 7 to 8% of people opting in, and you just don't have the buying power. Opt-out, it's almost the opposite. Only a handful, less than 5%, are actually going to opt out. What we often tell that people that this is really about self-determination. It's about free markets, competition. Right now, the rates you're fed and are not happy with are mandated by the DPU. You have no say. The reason they're so high is largely due to the fact that National Grid goes to bid the second Wednesday in every March, regardless of market conditions. So they were going to bid last March, in the middle of March 2014, in the middle of the polar vortex, under conditions that if I took a customer to bid, they'd probably say, why would you take me to bid at historical high prices? So that's really the non-strategic purchasing component of the utilities. Is really, you don't have a say in it. This is really giving you that say. Now, you could go off and do it on your own as an individual, but chances are you won't benefit long-term, because there's just not, you don't have the clout as an individual, you don't have the purchasing power to just get anything that's going to be favorable and meaningful long-term. Sorry to cut you off.
Thank you for explaining that. There are people at home that needed to hear the thought process
And we're
behind
very good at the ramp-up. So when we talk about marketing, there is a lengthy 4 to 5, 6 month DPU approval process. We don't start marketing to the people outside of maybe some early radio or the website, because the people are not going to remember then they get that opt-out postcard. Oh, this was from that radio show, what I heard 5 months ago. So we've learned our lessons as to the most effective way to do that. And we have a 6-month ramp-up ahead of the reception of the opt-out letter, so that when you get it, you're expecting it. You're not wondering what it is. It comes recognizable. It's coming from the city with a seal. It's very clear. Now, I can't tell you that there's not going to be the people that don't pay attention or don't know. I mean, you can't get everybody. But for the most part, we're going to do a really good job making sure that residents know about the program, or informed about the program, are not calling you all to find out questions about the program. We're not going to be able to eliminate that, but I think we do a pretty good job of diverting that to us and taking on that burden and making sure that people understand how the program works.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Before I have Councilor Denley, just along that line, just wanted to add a PS that back in January, when I got the sticker shock on my bill, and like a few days later, I started to get several things in the mail, and I started looking at them, and you know, at that point, and then I started to look into it a little bit further, and I'm finding some of the, as Mr. Perry mentioned, you know, like the buyouts, for some of these were pretty, you know, were pretty expensive. And I was like, there has to be a better way at that point. So that, and then getting a lot of calls, started me looking at, okay, like, how do you do this? How do you know which one is the best one to go with and so forth? So that was part of the journey that I started on in January, which, you know, has brought me along this point. So, you know, good points. Councilor Denley, and then, was it Councilor, was somebody else? Oh, it's Councilor Hagney.
He answered that.
Okay, fine. So we Councilor Denley and then Councilor Churchill. Councilor Denley.
Yes, thank you. So my question has to do with the opt-outs. About what percent opt out right to begin with, and then about what percent would opt out throughout the 2 or 3 year term?
Okay, so I can speak from our personal experience, and we monitor this monthly. So we've had less than 5% opt out initially, and we've had our programs grow, not shrink. So typically what would happen is the individuals that are excluded, the 10 to 15% that have made an election to go with a third-party supplier, they start to say, wow, that's a better deal. I'm going to get out of this and get into that. So we've seen participation grow in the long term, not shrink.
So, and then how is that based on what Mr. Conti asked? The once you opt out, you can't opt back in.
Right, so that 5%, let's say, that would opt out, they're not going to be able to opt out and opt back in. The 10 to 15% that are with a third-party supplier, when they decide that they want to terminate that contract or live through the terms of that contract, they have the ability to opt in, right? So,
Yes.
so
Thank
that's
you.
the distinction.
And then I know we talked about renewable energy. I'm assuming that there's a minimum mandated, which would be what percent?
10%.
10%.
Right.
And then I don't want to grab onto this third rail, but I'm guessing the higher we go, the more expensive.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then,
But let me just, but
Yes.
not necessarily prohibitively. The City of Lowell said they wanted 100% green energy, and they picked it up for like 10.2 cents this fall, with minor escalations over 3 months, over 3 years, and ours won't have that escalation. But they got power at roughly 10 cents, 100% green.
now how would that have compared if they had gone to 10% green?
It would have probably been,
So
it
I
would have
can give
been
you-
less if it'd been the basic amount of green. But it's not necessarily prohibitive. I mean, they're getting 10-cent power when the rate went to 16.
Okay.
Yeah, you're talking when the same purchasing power that applies to the electricity applies to the renewable energy component. So the renewable energy is in the form of what are called RECs, renewable energy certificates, and you're talking potentially the impact, depending on how green you go, but we're talking tenths of a penny. So $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, maybe $10 a year in cost to the residents. But you're right, the higher, more renewable, that decreases savings. So you will determine the mixture and balance that you're comfortable with. And one of the things that we've done for some other communities in Massachusetts that we've structured as part of their program is there will be a default percentage, right? So it's whoever doesn't do anything will get opted in at a certain percentage. Let's say it's 10%. Somebody may say, wow, I don't want to have anything beyond the state mandated 10%. So I'm going to opt out. I'm going to get that off. I don't want that extra 10%. I'm going to go with the minimum 10%. And then there may be individuals who say, I want 100%. I'm willing to pay that premium. I want 100%. And so there will be really three. We're doing, for some, we have 3 options. Not everybody has asked for that, but that is something that we can do.
That's very interesting. So it would almost be like a personalized,
Right,
based on how much you're willing to pay versus how much renewable energy you would like to use.
Right, you're not going to be able to change the term, right? If the city decides to be, that it's going to be a 24-month contract, that's what it is for everybody. But individual elections, there's the potential to have people make that election on their own.
And the big term would be this yellow thing, and the city council would choose what percentage and
Right,
what month, and we would circle the dollar.
Yeah, we would physically be together. So we would, someone would be elected as the designated signer, and based on certain parameters. And then we would physically be together, we'd get pricing, we'd go through that together, and if it met our expectations, then you would decide. Typically what communities want is they want as much green as they could get up at a certain price, right? So we're not willing to go over this price, and we'll get as much as we can get for that. I mean, that's typically what you do. But there is a committee that's formed when we do these buying groups. So some of the smaller towns, they really kind of leave it up to the bigger cities to they have more expertise typically with these things, to be the ones that are on the executive bid committee and that bid committee is being provided indicative pricing as we approach bid day. So again, you're not sitting there, clueless as to what you're going to open when you see those prices.
But bid day basically requires someone from the city to sign off that day. So it's not, fortunately, a 2-week process where you can bring it to a city council vote. There'll need to be someone who's designated.
Right.
As Stefano said, you will know ahead of time what that indicative pricing is.
Okay.
But the power bids basically have like an hour lifespan versus multiple days and multiple weeks we're used to for normal bids.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. Somebody gets pre-authorized to sign, again, based on certain criteria in the pricing, and we're going to know that. But energy contracts in general are only good for that small window. There's
Okay.
too much, with a purchase this size, if there's any movement in the market, they could just cancel the pricing because it's too much exposure.
All of our energy contracts that we've negotiated, they're only through the end of the business day.
Right.
And we have to sign on by the end of the business day.
Interesting. Okay. Then my last question is, I notice we're doing this in Serpent, southeastern Massachusetts. Is there a future possibility to conglomerate with other cities and towns throughout the state and have more buying power and try and reduce those costs marginally, if it may be, but even greater reductions in costs?
So Serpent is open to other communities. We've got Northbridge has joined this, that's outside of our range. And Good Energy is calling on potentially all 351 communities. Because they're trying to get their own customer base. Any community that's not on a municipal power supply, that's buying investor-owned power, can be part of this aggregation.
Right. I think the Northbridge one is a very good point because they're in Worcester County, and they said, the guy said, well, we had our attorney vet, Ross went and presented to him, the attorney vet the selection criteria, the process, and they said, look, we're comfortable with this. It's exempt from, it's 30B exempt, so you can make an election, but nobody likes to do that unless there's some selection process they can point to. They felt comfortable, and you can see them actually here. They're not even in Serpent territory, but they're technically. So Serpent is the name, and it's the region. That's the foundation of this, but technically any other community that's in National Grid could participate in this. And just to note, we did win the MAPC bid as well. I only mention that as a fact. Obviously, you're not in MAPC, but the MAPC ran an RFP for the city of Melrose, and we were selected as their consultant. So we're pretty busy now in the surrounding communities in the MAPC territory, which is the immediate Boston area and surrounding 100 towns and cities.
I just want to thank you guys and the administration. This sounds like a brilliant idea. We talked briefly, but this is like buying your energy from BJ's instead of from Walmart.
Right.
So, because we're kind of all buying it together and we're splitting the savings. So I think this is great, and I look forward to seeing what we have to come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Churchill, then Councilor Conley. You're welcome.
So the Reader's Digest version, on the communities that you represent that are now paying for electricity for the people at home, no matter whether they join for green or brown, they're paying less overall than they would if they stayed with the company they're with.
Absolutely.
So basically, and their rate is not going to be any higher than what they're paying, it would probably be lower.
Absolutely.
So,
Clear expectation.
yeah, so there is no risk.
There is no risk, and if somebody feels
Well, and they can opt out.
they can opt out, there's no termination penalties. At any time, you can leave the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Conley.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
I guess I'm going to direct this question to Mr. Mayor. About 2 or 3 years ago, I asked Carol Brown to make a photocopy of all the electric bills for 1 month and put them in a folder for me. And I think at the end of the month, there was about a ream of paper. It was a substantial number of electrical bills that we received, many of which were small, single lights, and some of them were huge, well over what anyone would expect. So my point is that the monthly electrical bill for the city of Attleboro is substantial, and you have been taking for several years, a position of negotiating 3 to 5 year contracts, I think, with Consolidated Electric to negotiate a lower rate. In this Good Energy program, what do you anticipate as a percentage you might be able to save the city on their electric bill?
It's all going to depend on what comes out of the bidding process. So right now, as Council Parika said, we're at 0.09 cents per kilowatt. So that's where we are today for the supply charge under our current contract with Constellation. So if we ended up getting a rate that was better than that, and we opted out and then opted out of our current agreement, and we decided to join New Energy, we would only do that if it was less than 0.09.
And do we have a penalty clause with our current supplier?
We do.
We do.
So we would evaluate everything together and then be able to long-term look at the option for whatever the term would be, 24, 36, 48 months. And then we would be able to look at those options and say, you know what, this is really a good opportunity. Let's do the termination. Let's pay the termination fee per account, and then let's switch over to Good Energy. We have that ability to do that. So we would evaluate that on our own as we've contracted with a third party, just like someone else would do on their own. To be able to look at it and say, what is my penalty clause? Do I have the right to terminate? And be able to weigh the balance. Am I going to be better off with Good Energy, or do I stay on my own where I am now?
So there is a possibility that the city could opt out and the residents could opt in.
We're not allowed, because we're underneath, as Stefano had stated, we're underneath one of those third-party billing agreements, so we won't even have the option to opt out. What we would have the option is to opt in, because we have a third-party biller. So those residents, as Stefano said, if they're on the third-party billing, they don't even get a notice, they don't even get a card to opt out because they're not qualified. But when their agreement is up or they decide to cancel, they are allowed to opt in.
And when does our current contract with Consolidated?
We just did it last year, so we still have another 3 to 4 years left.
9 cents sounds like a pretty good rate.
We went from 0.07 to 0.09.
Council Thibodeau?
I just wanted to, first of all, to Stefano, I wanted to ask a question. You had stated that Good Energy, or you, had been involved since 2011 with creating these opportunities for different communities, but in other states. I know that the state of Massachusetts, until approximately 2 or 3 years ago, was under a temporary legislation that switched from National Grid, for instance, or NSTAR, or any other of the other deliverers of energy. They were also the producers of the energy. And this legislation allowed them not to produce the energy anymore, to open up the market so that more energy producers could come in, with the theory that the more competition you had would drive the price of the electricity lower through supply and demand, basically. Now, the reason I'm asking, and I mentioned the years that you had started, is because for the first 6 years, the state of Massachusetts was under this temporary legislation where, if in fact they didn't get any kind of response or enough response from companies coming in, they had the opportunity to go ahead and revoke that MGL that they had passed on a temporary basis, because they wanted to see what kind of response they would get from the energy suppliers or generators of the energy. And until that time, when it was due to expire, I think it was in the last year before it expired, I think there was maybe 1, maybe 2 other out-of-state suppliers that were trying to sell electricity to consumers within the state, specifically within the National Grid or NSTAR customer body. What I'm wondering was, have you folks waited to come to Massachusetts after that test period has gone by to make sure that before you came and started to solicit any kind of new customer base within the state, that the legislation was going to stay and not be revoked or rescinded.
You know more than I do about that, because I don't know about this temporary legislation. If you look at what would be slide 13, but it's not actually numbered, but it follows slide 12, this is really the reason we came in 2014. So you can see your winter rates in 2012 were just about 7 cents. Last 2013, just above 10 cents. And then this winter, we're at 16. So this is why we came into the market, because we identified in late 2013 that there was going to be there's a lot of reasons and opinions on it, and I don't want to make too much of a statement, but there's the decommissioning of certain energy plants, the reliance on natural gas, combined with polar vortex, a variety of factors that resulted in this, and we identified that 2014 was going to be the year that things went haywire with the electricity rates. So we didn't feel prior to that there was a really tangible value proposition, and that's really why we didn't come into the state. I can tell you that we will have multiple suppliers bidding. I know that right now, licensed in the state, there must be well in excess of 50 suppliers. Not all of them are going to be interested in participating in a CEA program because they wouldn't meet our criteria. We have very stringent criteria. It's not like they can be in business for a year and we're going to be putting 150,000 accounts under. So we have really stringent criteria. But for an individual home or business, I would guess there's over 50 licensed suppliers within the Commonwealth. But this is really why we came in last year.
And part of the scope of services that we were looking for, that they've signed up for, is to monitor what's going on in the Massachusetts legislature, to check if there's new regs coming out from DPU or DOER, so that they're able to position us appropriately when that happens.
Right.
So they're watching those changes.
I think it's important for me, Mr. President, point out that this is legislation that was passed several years ago, as I stated, by the Massachusetts legislature, when it seemed evident that the power generators within our own state were either going to be closed down or they were going to get out of the business of generating electricity. And I think they were facing a problem of how are they going to replace those companies that were formerly generating the electricity and delivering it at the same time. And this is the kind of legislation they've come up with. So I think it's important to state it so people understand that this is part of the laws of the state of Massachusetts, that it's an opportunity for residents to be able to lower their energy costs through a process such as this with the different companies who are here now, rather than to just stick with the deliverer of your energy that may not generate the energy. A few years ago, when we had a problem with losing our energy in the city, citywide, a few of us went and spoke at a public hearing with the help me, Frank.
DPU.
DPU, thank you. And one of the things that I had observed was the fact that if, in fact, something hadn't been done because of the action that the legislature had taken by passing and enacting the law, it allowed other companies to come in. However, at that point in time, there were only a handful of communities that were not communities, suppliers that were opting to come in and supply the electricity. And the incentive of the delivery system of National Grid, if you will, or N-Star, any of them, to deliver the product that they were making the profit off of to the homeowner who was buying the product was gone. So for them, their incentive to keep up the infrastructure was now removed, because now they were going to get paid a monthly charge as to whether or not they were supplying the electricity or not. Because all they have to do from that point on, they didn't have to worry about how much you bought because they were just going to deliver it and send you a bill anyway. So they didn't have any, they didn't have any interest in a profit margin of generation, which is why they buy it the way they do now, because they don't care what the price is. All they're going to do is deliver it. So it takes their incentive away from making sure that the infrastructure that we all depend on doesn't need to be maintained, at least until after we had those hearings and we all screamed and yelled and hollered, and they came out and maintained them a lot better than they had since they had taken over from Mass Electric. But I think that's important for the public to know that these are Mass General laws, that you're following within those Mass General laws so that the energy can be sold to them at a cheaper rate because it's being generated at a cheaper rate to begin with, rather than for the delivery company that only has the infrastructure is concerned about, because they're not generating it anymore and their incentive to make $1 off of it is gone. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Anything else to add?
No, just the fact that these gentlemen are available for next week during committee.
Right.
So that way, if you think of additional questions or people have additional questions, you can be able to write them down, and then they'll be back next week for next Tuesday. So that way you'll be able to have that opportunity if you think of something else, or they have they can go through their presentations more in depth. We just wanted a broad brush stroke tonight, just to be able to kind of baptize you into this thought, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to have people come together to have the buying power to give back in a different way versus just letting them do what they do every single day on our electric bills, and we see the results of that right now.
Good. Yeah, I was actually going to mention that I had, I'd asked that they come next week during the committee meetings. I know we have a couple of other guest speakers coming in, but guests that were coming in, such as we had a couple of appointments coming in, but they had agreed to come in next week to be able to answer any questions. So there's a lot of material here to look at. I would also encourage you to go to the website. There's some additional information, including some testimonials that are on there, which were very, very helpful. And again, I want to thank you for coming out, and Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your openness and your willingness to be with me and go over some of this. And as I said, it's been an interesting journey at this point, trying to go through and figure out what can we do as a community to potentially lower the electric rates for all our residents when we had nothing to do with the the rate increase, so to speak. So again, for next week, they will be here again, and so come prepared with any questions, and we'll just kick it up another notch.
Excellent.
So again, thank you all for coming in, and again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we actually have some members of the school committee that are going to give us an update on the strategic plan. And then my plan is to take a recess after that. Mr. Murphy had told me he figured we needed about 10 to 15 minutes, I believe. So at that point, we're going to take a recess afterwards. Okay? I'm going to just take this for a minute.
Don't get confused, he just wants to thank them for coming in.
We can adjust on the fly.
Mr. Murphy, if you would like to introduce the other folks you brought with you.
Thank you, Councilor Thibodeau, and thank you to the Municipal Council and President Cook for having us back again. We're here tonight as part of the reciprocal briefing schedule that President Cook and I established between the Municipal Council and the school committee last year. I told you it's set up to be a quarterly briefing as a result of some of our scheduling conflicts related to weather. This is more of a semi-quarterly update, so I appreciate your patience. And I'm joined tonight by the Vice Chairperson of the School Committee, Lori Scales, and the Assistant Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Sawyer. Also with us is the Secretary of the School Committee, Mr. Larson. I told you the last time that I presented before you in November that one of my goals as part of these presentations was to bring certain individuals who represent various initiatives and efforts that are underway in the Attleboro school system. Last time, Mr. Sawyer briefed us, as he did the school committee, on the student achievement results that had come out recently at that point. And Mrs. Little from the high school, the head of the guidance department, talked a little bit about the objectives and the ways in which our guidance programs are evolving. Tonight, I brought Mrs. Scales and Mr. Sawyer because they are serving as the leaders of an extremely important project that has been underway since September of 2014. It's the school system's first comprehensive strategic planning process. We say in a generation, that's sort of code for we can't remember the last time we undertook this type of effort, but we're pretty sure at the earliest it was 2001, or latest rather, it was 2001. Mrs. Scales and Mr. Sawyer are going to talk a little bit about the project and how it's comprised of various stakeholders. I think one of the really sort of defining characteristics of this strategic planning process, as opposed to some of our other goal-setting endeavors that were not dubbed strategic planning, is that this is not a top-down process. This is a process with a tremendous amount of input from the school leadership and the administration and in the school committee, but the ad hoc committee that was formed in October to start doing this work is comprised of volunteers that represent the parent community, that represent the community at large, a significant number of educators, and a number of Attleboro residents who are educators in other school districts or at different levels, ranging from early education all the way up to higher ed. Some of you have heard me talk about this before, and I've provided some documentation to the council just by way of keeping you informed. But I want to turn it over to the co-chair of Mrs. Scales, who's going to talk a little bit about the people that she and Mr. Sawyer have spent a lot of nights with over the past 6 months. I think part of the reason our electricity rates are going up is because we've kept the lights on in 178 at the high school pretty much for 6 months straight. And I'll let Mrs. Scales speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy, and thank you for having us. As Mr. Murphy said, there are over 30 volunteers with diverse backgrounds working on this project. Each individual school and dimension of the school system are represented in one way or another. There are parents, grandparents, alumni, retirees, community, and business leaders, teachers, and administrators. We have people representing general education, special education, CTE, specials, and extracurricular activities. These volunteers were divided into 3 groups: mission vision, strategic planning, and the public engagement part. Everyone is treated equally, and their ideas and opinions are valued and considered. The mission vision group has incorporated the feedback from both the educators in the community, and we want to thank everybody for giving their feedback. All stakeholders have been involved in the development of the statements and the goals that you have before you. I do want to say that this process has truly been a collaborative effort on everybody's part. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Scales. So, and obviously at any point, if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them. As Mrs. Scales said, the ad hoc committee of volunteers that is doing this work right now, and they are doing this work essentially on a daily basis. I mean, almost every weekday night, one of those 3 subgroups, the mission vision subgroup, the strategic planning subgroup, or the public engagement subgroup, are meeting with Mrs. Scales and Mr. Sawyer. They've been briefing the school committee periodically. There have been a series of public forums where some of you and other members of the community have come forward and offered their feedback, either in person or electronically. So Mr. Sawyer is going to talk a little bit about the subgroup their work is actually coming to an end because they have one more meeting tomorrow night. All these meetings are open to the public, so if anyone would like to come by and participate, they're welcome to. The school committee meeting on Monday, April 13th, which is a week from yesterday, the Mission Vision subgroup will be coming back before us for the 3rd and I suspect final time to propose the new mission and vision statements for the Attleboro schools. So I expect that on Tuesday morning, our students and teachers will get up, come to work, and we'll have a whole new mission as to what they're there for, or at least a newly articulated vision. So, Mr. Story, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you for having us. Our first task was really to focus on what we refer to as mission and vision. It also includes essential beliefs. These are expressions of our beliefs as a district about who we are, what we believe in, what we're trying to do, and where we're trying to go. The essential beliefs are really statements about our core values, the non-negotiables that inform our decision making as we move forward and try to flesh out a plan for the future. The mission statement is our statement of purpose. Why are we here as a school district? What are we here to do? And our vision statement is a belief in where we need to go as a district. So if we have a purpose as expressed in our mission statement to better accomplish our mission, where do we need to go as a district to do a better job of reaching that mission? And I think that in all three cases, the subcommittee that worked on these elements have done a really fine job of capturing the diverse set of opinions and viewpoints of the entire community, not just the educators within the schools, to paint a picture of just those things, of what we believe in as a community, what we believe the schools are here to do for us, and where we need to go to make those schools even ever more effective. We're now switching into a new phase of turning that into a strategic plan. So the strategic plan is a 5-year plan, which is our attempt to bring the district closer towards its vision of the future so that we can again do a better job of achieving our mission. And that plan will be broken into what we refer to as 4 pillars. The 4 pillars that our plan is going to be divided into is learning, culture, engagement, and infrastructure. So we will develop overarching goals that we believe will advance the vision of the district to help us to achieve the mission. And then for each of those goals, we'll develop objectives under each of the pillars: learning, culture, engagement, infrastructure, and then develop action plans for the objectives. And if we do this work correctly, all this will add up to measurable progress. That we want our efforts. Everyone's always working hard, but when we can make sure that our efforts collectively contribute towards a common direction and a common goal, we could accomplish far more. And that is the intent of the whole effort.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Story mentioned that we're essentially transitioning right now, and the sort of turning the page moment will be next Monday night when the school committee, I suspect, based on the feedback we've received in the previous 2 briefings, approves the new mission and vision statement. At that point, when the strategic planning group, when the school committee, when the administration, when all of us who are involved in this effort turn our focus to the actual development of the objectives under those pillars, essentially that's when the really hard work begins. And that's not to say that the mission and vision subgroup have not engaged in extremely difficult work, and I think as Mr. Sawyer said and Mrs. Scales said, I think they've done excellent work. But I do think that articulating what it is we're trying to do isn't quite as challenging as developing the action plans and identifying how are we going to measure that progress. So the coming weeks and months, I think will be, they've already been challenging. They've been extremely time consuming. It's a lot of work. You don't develop a mission and vision statement because you think 100% of the people are going to enjoy, approve rather of 100% of the words that are used. I think that this mission and vision statement does articulate what we're trying to do and what we're trying to be, but there's going to be more disagreements over exactly which objectives under those 4 pillars, learning, culture, engagement, and infrastructure, that we should be pursuing over those 5 years. But in order to be a mission-driven organization, in order to have a sense as to what it is we're trying to achieve for our educators and most importantly for our students, and frankly, in order for us to make good on the investment that this community makes in education and the investment that we hope the community will make in education in the years ahead, we have to have that well-articulated plan and a well-articulated mission vision as to exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve. So that is a very sort of broad outline as to how we've gotten to this place where we are 6 months into this process. I fully acknowledge that the harder work is yet to come, but I think that the work of these volunteers and of these co-chairs who are seated with me tonight has put the strategic planning process and the school system in a position where we're poised for a significant amount of success and a lot of progress in the years ahead. So with that, if there are any questions, we would all be very eager to respond to them.
Okay. Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry that I missed part of this at the beginning, but I needed to
absolutely
do a couple things. But any questions? Councilor Conde.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for coming in. You've done a wonderful job of explaining how you got to where you are, and you've covered well where you're gonna go, getting the objectives and the action plan, but could you expound a bit on how you plan on mapping the community to develop the strategies?
Absolutely. Mapping when you refer to mapping the community, you're talking about the work that the public engagement subgroup is engaged in. That's part of the
You're gonna get
package.
to a point where you're going to have objectives and strategies. You're gonna be developing an action plan.
Sure.
Which is gonna involve money, which is gonna involve us. And you're planning on doing that by doing something called mapping the community. Sure. And that's what I would like you to
Sure.
explain.
So, and it's an excellent question, Councilor Conti, my eagerness to answer this is reflective of my excitement about this project. So, at any point, Mr. Sawyer, Mrs. Scales, please interrupt me. But, in fact, why don't you just answer it? There you go.
The handout.
And since I'm not on this committee, and I'm just here because I have to bring you guys in, so please.
As evidenced by a third of the group being devoted specifically to public engagement, and by a third of the, overarching goals, we have preliminary goals that we've written devoted to public engagement. That engagement is one of the 4 pillars in the plan. I mean, it is a major initiative in the district to engage the Attleboro community, for the school system to, break down the walls between the schools and the community, because it's an illusion, I think, that we suffer on both sides of that wall, that the schools and the community are somehow 2 different things, right? I mean, the success of the community and the success of the schools are the same thing, and we need to do a better job of fully integrating the school system within the community. So part of doing that is literally mapping the community out and figuring out who all the stakeholders are in Attleboro, all the various groups from, help me out here.
I know.
From not just, civic organizations, volunteer organizations, religious groups, cultural. Thinking of all that, when we think of groups of people in Attleboro, who are all those various people? Because if we want to engage people, we need to do a better job of recognize who all those people are, and we need to be able to really reach out and communicate with them, and as I say, engage them in the conversation about what the schools are doing and how it benefits them and how they can get involved. Because it's not just about being supportive in the sense of, as you say, helping to pay for it, but we really envision a world in where the schools and the community are working together in a much more tangible way than we currently do.
Could I just add one? I'm sorry.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say, and right now, that group has really just been about identifying those pieces, and if they've spoken with the different principals and asked them, who is it that you are engaging with, and who would you like to see helping out?
There's been an assessment essentially as to what we do now. And I mentioned that we haven't had a comprehensive strategic plan in a generation. That's true. We have had goals, and we have had goals that have been set in specific areas that generally reflect, I would say, 2 to 3 of the 4 pillars that we've identified. The Attleboro school system in recent years and before that has been very good and effective at setting learning goals. We teach very well, our students learn. That's reflected in a variety of rubrics. Culture, at times, we've done better than others, but that has been something that we've identified. We know we have to have a positive culture for our students and our employees. Our infrastructure goals, I think, as an institution on the school side, it's something that we need to do a better job of forward-looking and planning. I think often we set goals as soon as something breaks, and then we come usually running into this building and tell you that something is broken. So that's why I say 2 to 3. With engagement, we have relied on individuals who work for us for a time, who understand that engagement is important. And those individuals have made some success in building various types of relationships. But we have not institutionally recognized the need to have a comprehensive strategy as to how we build relationships between the community and the school system. And I think that is why we're now going from 3 subgroups to 2 subgroups. One will essentially work with a variety of volunteers and some sort of supplemental volunteers to develop the objectives under those 3 pillars. But because we're doing the public engagement piece for the first time, that's why it essentially has its own subgroup devoted to that, because it's something that we're learning how we need to do a better job at. Thank you again for the question.
Councilor Kirby.
Thank you. I'm assuming your mission and vision is district-wide, But that would be different than a vision and mission statement that the high school, I believe, would have to have for NEASC.
That's correct, although our relationship with NEASC is sort of evolving, as is the case with a number of secondary schools. But the accreditation institution does require each school to have its own mission statement. And that's one of the conversations that, frankly, sort of preceded part of this process, because oftentimes community members or stakeholders in the district, they feel their identity is more related to the building that they're in as opposed to the district as a whole. And we're certainly respectful of that, and if some of you spend time in these buildings on a regular basis, and you know that each of them has sort of a unique and strong building culture, and part of this effort, I think, is to preserve that and to help cultivate that, but to make sure that ultimately we understand that, for one, we hope you stay in our district all the way through 12th grade and beyond, so eventually you're all going to end up in the same place, hopefully. And also that each building culture is stronger when it's part of a district identity and its district culture. But I think one of the interesting things, and I don't think, frankly, that the group we've necessarily gotten to this point yet, but when we talk about that culture pillar, I think it will be important for some of those objectives to develop, to recognize that the perspective of many stakeholders is a building-based one, particularly in the early years in which you have a relationship with the school district. If you're at Studley, you don't necessarily know what the Brennan culture is like yet, or the Coelho culture, but we hope that you get there eventually and obviously continue on.
Quick follow-up. Just a quick follow-up is, when is the NEASC review process? Are we in that right now?
Sort of. And Mr. Sawyer, feel free to jump in, but I would say it's being held in abeyance for the year while we and many other districts reevaluate our relationship with NEAS, and while NEAS essentially reevaluates how it offers its accreditation.
Yeah, they are in the process of revising their entire process. There's been a lot of pushback from a pretty large block of communities to NEASC, saying that the process is expensive and onerous and a little bit outdated. So as they rethink what they're doing, a lot of us in Attleboro is one of those communities are sort of in a holding pattern.
And that was a decision that the school committee made last June to essentially instruct the administration to hold off on the progression of that process until we understand what NEASC is going to require.
Thank you.
Councilor Churchill.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The ad hoc group that helped to develop the mission statement, will they be evaluating it?
Will they be evaluating it?
Yeah, you've got a 5-year mission now. I'm sure you're going to have, you said now the transition starts, the whole 5 years will be transition.
It does, and I can tell you that one of the, when the school committee established the process, we essentially established a skeleton with the understanding that the volunteers would help develop, and this would be an organic process, and that the objectives would flow out of these stakeholders, and the mission reflective of our values would flow out of that. One of the few components that the process essentially instructed the volunteers to incorporate into the plan was a reevaluation process that will take place. And so the title of this strategic planning initiative is Envisioning 2020. The idea being it will set objectives over the course of a 5-year period and will begin to fulfill our vision in the 2019-2020 school year. But part of this process will be institutionalizing a system by which by 2018, I would imagine 2019, this process will begin anew, and it will start, I imagine, again, there will be other school committees will come and go over that time, obviously, but the idea will be for the process to begin again where this process began, which actually precedes the strategic planning process. It's the research phase of the superintendent search that we completed in 2013. That was essentially the self-assessment of the district, and this process will incorporate a requirement that evaluation happen again, so we can not go another 10 years without having one of these.
So as a follow-up, don't you think part of the weakness of the program is as people change, the evaluation and goals might change?
No, I would not call it a weakness. What I would say is that
it's not a strength.
I would respectfully disagree with that, because okay. I think that one of our institutional problems has been in recent years is we have as an organization, relied too much on individuals. We bring in a superintendent and we say, superintendent, fix our problems, okay? We bring in a school committee and we say, school committee, fix our problems. And the problem with that is that every superintendent, every school committee member, every administrator, every teacher, every person who is employed, and all our students, we're all temporary workers. We're all passing through, and we are simply the custodians of the governing body of the school system or of the administration. And the culture shift that we are trying to bring about with this process is to institutionalize these objectives. Now, you're absolutely right that new individuals could come in and say, this school committee approved the idea that they engage, challenge, and inspire students. We don't want to engage, challenge, and inspire. I don't really think that is going to be the point of contention. But they could identify something and want to do something.
He didn't quote you on that.
What's that? And if that's the case, then that is up to the community. But the point is, what we know is that in 2020 there will be a Attleboro community, and we know that there'll be an Attleboro school system. And we know that that school system will better serve its students if it has a well-defined mission that is reflective of the challenges that the 21st century poses. It will be up, and it should be up, to our successors to determine where they go from here. But we do not have the luxury of sitting back and waiting for that to happen. And that's why we need to set a direction. And it's certainly the case that the direction may change, and in some ways it definitely will.
I'm not against what you're doing. I applaud what you're doing. What I'm saying is, and just in the few years that I've been at the high school, after school, almost every day of the week,
Sure.
Things change with individuals.
Yep.
An example would be sports change with individuals, and they have a profound influence on people. So my question is, are there safeguards to make sure that the goals are reached?
Yes, I think part of it is what you mentioned before, in your first question, is that we need to institutionalize an evaluation process that mandates that whoever, now look, any school committee come in and say, we don't want a mission and we don't want goals. I don't think that's going to happen. But any committee could come in and say, this direction no longer works for our community and we need to move in a different one. And that they should do that. Frankly, I would say that that's what this school committee did. This school committee came in and said, we don't have a mission statement. We're a $65 million organization educating 6,000 students and employing 800 people, and we do not have an adopted mission statement. We have a vision statement that reads like a mission statement, so maybe we have that, but if that's the case, then we don't have a vision statement. And $65 million organizations, particularly if they're taxpayer funded, who are charged with preparing 6,000 students for their future, needs to be a mission-driven organization that identifies where it is we're trying to get to. I think that there will be, and there should be, ample room for debate as to how to get there over the course of these 5 years, and I think there'll be lots of disagreement and there'll be a need for very public discussions, but we have to set a goal. I do think that's our responsibility as the temporary workers who are here for the moment.
And can
I have one last question, follow-up? How much of the goal mission statement involves money?
I mean,
when you drew up the program, you have goals, and goals are to improve the system.
Yeah.
Does the system necessarily have to improve with more funding, or can it be an individual thing, just like when people come and go?
Yeah. I think what I would say to that, Councilor Churchill, is that I think it is unfair the degree to which we have come before you over and over and over again and asked for an appropriation without being able to clearly identify what it is we're trying to do with that funding. And that's what we're changing. That at the end of the day, we all know what your largest line item will be in the budget. Right. And we know that it is our responsibility to make sure that that investment is used wisely and is spent in service of our current and future students. And I hope that through this process, we will more so and more effectively than we have in the past be able to articulate what it is that we're trying to do with that investment and why we think that the students that are in our charge will be well served for it.
I mean, your department, the school department, is not unique in fact that it needs money for its mission statement. Mm-hmm. But because of the number of buildings, you talked about the buildings and the pride, there is a large cost factor involved in the buildings.
No question.
And if part of the mission statement is improving the facilities, I'm assuming that
the infrastructure pillar, I think,
is going to be costly.
Speaks to that. There's no question.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Council Parika.
Just really more of a statement. I've read our vision portion of it, and I absolutely love it. I think it's brilliant. I think it's exactly how me as a citizen and as a parent and as a city councilor, it truly reflects how I feel that the Attleboro school system should be viewed. And I thought that Mr. Sawyer's comments about the illusion of walls here in the city of Attleboro and in other communities as well, and how to recondition how we think about city side or school side or things like that. It's an important thing, and I think that the vision statement should be plastered all over the city so that everyone is involved with it and remembers it and is reminded of it on a daily basis. And there's going to be a cost. There's cost to everything. And perhaps there have been years where perhaps we shouldn't have ignored certain circumstances when we have ignored them, and now it's gotten to a point where we can't anymore. And to make the public schools the center of a community united around education, I think that the majority of the population would feel okay with that and being able to fund more things. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I
Any
appreciate
other
it.
questions or concerns? Yes, Chairman?
Just a final comment in response to Council Parika. We will be before you in a short period of time on budget-related matters. And as Councilor Churchill said, to improve a school system costs money. There is an investment in education that I think is reflected in this plan. And I think that part of it is just a fact of life that a 21st century education, and particularly a good one, is expensive. But I think what I would say is that the community will need to invest in education one way or another. That's inevitable. I think it's important that we do it wisely, that we do it in a way that it benefits our students. And I think in order for that to do that, it is incumbent upon the school department and the governing body of the school system to identify what is it that we're trying to accomplish. Where are we trying to move? Because standing still, as those of you who are in education know better than I do, is not an option. 21st century education is one that's it doesn't take place on a treadmill. We either move or we get left behind, and I think that's sort of one of the underlying facts of what's happening here. So again, tomorrow evening, if anyone's available, we will have essentially the final meeting of the Mission Vision subgroup. They'll be joined for the first time since we kicked the program off in October by the other two subgroups, sort of a strategic planning super meeting. That'll take place in the school committee conference room at 6:30 tomorrow. And then I expect that the formal proposal of the new mission and vision statement and essential beliefs of the Attleboro schools will come before the school committee on Monday. So I know that this is abstract. We're talking about things that if realized, will take years to occur. Our electricity rates will go down significantly well before some of this vision comes to fruition, and I recognize that. But I can tell you that it will not come to fruition if we don't do this work, if we don't do this heavy lifting, and that's what I expect that I'll be briefing you on again in the coming months as Mr. Sawyer and Mrs. Scales lead this group forward. So I would be remiss if I didn't just point out the tremendous amount of work that Lori and Dave have done over the course of the past 6 months. It is, I told them over the summer that this was going to be that type of year, and I think I've made good on that on that commitment. So, and that goes for all the volunteers as well. So,
And
thank
on that
you.
note, Dave, Mr. Sawyer really is the leader. I'm just his trusty sidekick.
And if there was someone to his right, he'd be passing the credit right over to him. But he sat on the end, so he'll have to take it for the evening. So, thank you again, Mr. President.
You're welcome. And again, thank you for coming in and for continuing now into the second year of communicating on a regular basis to us what is happening in the schools. It's a very exciting future that we're now facing in many respects. So I appreciate you coming in to give us the update and look forward to appearing before your honorable body in the near future also.
Thank you. We look forward to it as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to make a motion. I'm going to committee the whole in case there's somebody here who wants to talk, and then I'm going to take a recess.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to committee the whole.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now the committee of the whole, if there's anyone who is in business to bring to the attention of the council, now would be the appropriate time. Not seeing anyone, I entertain a motion to arise.
Second.
Thank you, the motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
I get some things, I need some of the papers signed and so forth. So, motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We're in recess.
We could always come back earlier than 10.
Yeah.
but you're
I'm doing Peters.
So, when I come to you, you can do that one at the same time.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I didn't want to surprise you at that point, so. All right, we ready to
Linda
go?
already surprised.
All right. All right, so, call the municipal council meeting back to order at 9:54. We'll go on with the committee reports at this time. We'll begin with Councilor Denton, please.
Thank you, President Cook. Reporting for the Committee on Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters. We have no business tonight. However, I'd like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for Licensing Committee, I have no business this evening, but I also would like to call for subcommittee at the appropriate time, but I do have Public Works.
Okay.
And reporting from the Public Works Committee, from the docket of April 7th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $6,744 from account 6100-359000 Water Enterprise Fund, retaining earnings, to account 6100-530101 Water Enterprise Fund, professional services for funding needed to make repairs to the stairway at the pre-treatment facility.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Do you have another copy of this for me?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. You give me that, so, okay, thank you.
I could sign it after for you, Craig.
Okay, thank you. Anything to?
I have no
add?
concerns. Peter went over this in his committee.
Okay.
I have no concerns, Mr. President.
Okay, very good, thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments on it? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote. And we'll have a roll call vote beginning with Councilor Denley, with Councilor Higney.
Ms. Higney.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Mr. Kuka.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
President Cook.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
I have one more motion, sir. A move to approve the petition from National Grid and Verizon to extend an existing pole 132 from P3369 to P3368 and install a 40-foot pole and anchor with secondary conductors to service 59 Lathrop Road.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Gentleman was here this evening speaking to us, and basically they can't extend past 120 feet, and I believe the distance was 140, and I have no other concerns.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or questions, Councilor Parika?
Just a clarification, is it 59 Lathrop or Lanthrop?
Lathrop, did I say Lathrop?
No, I was just double checking because I thought it was,
It says Lathrop on my.
I thought it was Lathrop. I thought it was the west.
It is. It's a single-family house on
On
That's a-
Lathrop, which is
Across from
not
the
the
end.
correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
across
thought.
from the Shell station.
Yeah,
Lathrop,
That's
I
what I
don't know
thought the
Lathrop.
gentleman said. was
Right,
like-
that's the correction I'm looking for here, is that I believe it's Lathrop instead of
I
Lanthrop.
apologize, but I didn't read it incorrectly.
No, you did not.
That's all that matters.
All right then.
It is Lathrop, Mr. President. I apologize.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments?
I have none, sir.
Thank you. Hearing none, this matter requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Sir, that's all I have from the Public Works Committee, and I call for a subcommittee meeting at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Capital Improvements and City Development Committee, I have 4 motions to bring before the council this evening. From the docket of April 7th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $20,900 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings account to the Water Enterprise Fund professional services account for funding needed to clean and inspect the backwash water holding tanks.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments?
Mr. President, we reviewed this in the committee meeting. These are the underground tanks that are in between the water treatment plant and the uphill tanks where the stairwell that we just voted to repair are located. They're filled with activated charcoal, and every time the water treatment plant cycles water, it disturbs a very small portion of the activated charcoal until, after a period of time, this is required. And that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
From the docket of April 7th, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $8,996.40 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earning account to the Water Enterprise Fund Supplies Equipment account for funding needed to replace the variable frequency drives for the ozone booster pumps.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Yes, Mr. President, as I explained in the committee, these variable frequency drives are like volume controls. There's 4 of them that run 4 pumps that all work together to supply the process, and they have to work in unison. And they are in need of being replaced because the pumps, the variable controls don't last forever. And when we renovated the entire water treatment plant to a new SCADA system, these variable drives were not, at that time, changed over because they were running just fine. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
From the docket of April 7th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $9,735 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earning account to the Water Enterprise Fund professional services account for funding needed to repair the deteriorating concrete and exposed rebar on the lower dam at Orr's Pond.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Yes, Mr. President, as I explained to the committee, that this is the very top of the Orr's Pond dam, which is simply eroded from the force of the water crossing over the dam. It doesn't appear that there's any structural damage. But now that the rebar is exposed, the rebar, of course, is going to rust. And by treating that rebar and recoating it with new concrete, will preserve the life of the lower dam at Orr's Pond. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote beginning with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome.
From the docket of January 20, 2015, I move to adopt the committee resolution and the priority items submitted by the committee to the council, and I would like to waive the reading.
Second.
Thank you. This was read at committee, so if anybody wasn't here last
It's a public document, and I believe the public has access to it on through normal channels.
So it was read, and you get a message that it's something that so many of us who, work on together, so I'm very familiar with it, but it has been read, so I can see that, so we'll read it away. And that was seconded by Councilor Kirby. The motion is in order. Are there any additional comments?
Yes, Mr. President. This resolution details $4,640,291.17. It does not include the $9,900,000 asked for the mayor for the loan order tonight. So I think the public can see that it's expensive to maintain the capital in the city. Coming down the road, we got another $8.8 million water department maintenance building. So do the math and you can see there goes $20 million. That puts a lot of pressure on what seems like very important things like a fire truck, or bulletproof vests, or replacing computers in City Hall. And I want to congratulate the committee for the diligence that they put into creating this proposal resolution for the mayor. But the mayor, we all recognize the mayor has some very tough decisions to make in the coming year, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments, Councilor Churchill?
Sure, I was absent for the meeting, but I also read it online. Am I allowed to vote?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
And you participated in most all of the meetings too, so, yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Yeah, as long as you're familiar with it, you may. Okay? Any other concerns or comments on this? Before we vote, I just wanted to thank Council Condi and the members of the committee, for their due diligence with this. And I thought that the meetings with the department heads were very productive this year. We will see all the various plans. And as one who chaired that committee for 4 years and wrote that, I'm well acquainted with the amount of work that you do after the meetings are over and the department heads have gone home, when you're trying to craft a message and trying to take what 10 other people have said and try to merge that with what all of the department heads said to come out with a reasonable document that adequately addresses the needs and prioritizes. So I do want to thank you and the committee and all of you for your efforts in that respect.
Thank you, Mr.
It's not
President.
easy. So if there are no other comments, we will have a roll call vote on this, and we will begin with Councilor Higney.
Ms. Higney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
And that concludes the business the Capital Improvements and City Development Committee has to bring before the council this evening. We look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Waite.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Reporting from zoning and land use. We have no business this evening. However, I'd like to call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too, for budget appropriations, have no business this evening, but I call for a committee meeting next week. We actually are on a schedule because there'll be members of the administration coming down to discuss the loan order that Mr. Conti referred to regarding the highway garage. So if you have questions regarding that, that's the time to bring them. So we'll be doing that relatively early. There's I'm third on the list, so there's others coming in for other guests coming in. So.
Yeah, the order, by the way, just in terms of getting this going, it's going to be the Personnel Committee. It's going to be first because there are a couple of questions that are coming in. Then it's going to be Public Works, and then it's going to be, it'll be the budget. And that way we'll be able to move it on. So those will be the first three on Monday night and
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, excuse me. And I'm working with Linda.
Scare me.
Ever since we had that
I'll be
one
flying
Monday
in.
night, with
Yeah,
Tuesday night.
plans for Monday night.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of another meeting I have to go to Monday night, so, but thank you. Let's see, Councilor Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for Transportation and Traffic, I have no business this evening, but would like to call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for Public Safety and Emergency Management from the docket of January 3rd, 2013. I move to adopt the following amendment to the zoning ordinance in accordance with the general laws, Chapter 40A, as amended. Medical marijuana uses, registered marijuana dispensary. Be it ordained by the municipal council that certain sections of the revised ordinances of the city of Attleboro are hereby amended as follows. Number 1, amend section 17-3.4 table of use regulations community facilities by inserting a new principal use 10C registered marijuana dispensary. Would like to waive the remainder of the reading.
Right. But I was going to recommend that, in as much
we
as it
did do
was
it,
read to the record
in
during
committee.
324.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. The motion is in order. Are there any comments, please?
It's just some brief comments that really this has been a 2-year journey involving many departments and individuals within the city that came in as two, on the same evening, two what I considered quite contradictory to one another pieces of business, and I'm sure you all remember that. It involved countless phone calls and meetings to negotiate an ordinance that I remain hopeful will pass this council this evening. It has been said that what this council can do, it can undo or tweak. And I think we don't have any applicants, and we did not have any applicants for the first phase of obtaining, that came forward to apply for a DPH license to open a medical marijuana facility in Attleboro. But that shouldn't stop us from doing what we think is right. And again, I have to emphasize that I don't necessarily think that it's perfect, but I think it gets us to a point where we have all perhaps agreed to disagree on certain elements of this ordinance. And move forward in order to get something that's hopefully workable, and if not, we'll have to change or tweak it when and if someone comes forward to put something in Attleboro. I think what this does tell those that may be interested in putting something here is that we're open to it. We certainly have an ordinance, and I think we're still ahead of some of the communities that do have DPH committed licenses that were granted through the first round of the selection process. Some of them are being challenged in court. And this isn't going to happen tomorrow where there's going to be a medical marijuana dispensary. And I think any organization that's doing its due diligence and putting up the money that's necessary to fund just the licensing component of this, never mind the infrastructure changes that are necessary to a building, is going to be coming to this city looking for guidance based on what they read in our ordinance. So I'm happy that we're at where we're at, and I think we've all made concession in what we're happy with, and the outcome will be what it is when we vote it. And thank you everybody that participated. If I started naming names or individuals, I would miss somebody and I would feel badly about that, but I think that the essential stakeholders really played a big part in making this happen, including those that introduced the business 2 years ago when they did. So thank you all.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Councilor Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for all the work you've done. I'd like to speak to the people, if they're still awake, who have called me. This isn't an issue about morality or for or against. It's a compliance with the statute that's already existing, and what you have done is made it so Attleboro can comply. And what we're voting on is, if it does exist in the city, we've set guidelines. And so I will support it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Councilor White.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
As you all know, I will not be supporting this motion due to the zoning element of it. I feel that by zoning it industrial is going to pretty much zone this type of facility, virtually make it impossible for this type of facility to open up in Attleboro. Therefore, I'd like to take a chance to back up some of the patients in the city and the surrounding areas and amend this motion.
Do you have a proposal?
I do.
Okay.
So where it says...
Yeah, if you can just direct me to the right page.
I'm sorry, it's page 1.
Okay.
Okay, and the principal uses community facilities under business.
Businesses. Okay.
I would like to see that all be SMC, Special Municipal Council vote, instead of no. And the reasons for that, can we go forward with those?
Yes.
Okay.
You need a
Oh,
second
yeah, I was
first,
gonna say, yeah.
because we might not have.
Right.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I have the right spot. So this is where it's listing, this would be in the table of use regulations?
Yes, sir.
All right, just for those of you following along, of 17-3.4, and it's 10C is the area, correct?
Correct.
All right, so, and I just want to make sure I have this right. So in the business, the three businesses, which are essential business, general business, and planned highway business, we want to change this from an N to an SMC.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay, just so everybody's aware of that. Okay. Thank you. The motion is in order. Thank you for the second. Councilor
Conti.
Yeah, I know. Councilor Conti.
He was getting there.
I know, I was, the reason I was looking at Councilor Higney was she said we have to get a second. And I was going for that, and I wanted to get, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about where this was.
It's been a long
So,
day.
thank you. And thank you for the second. The motion is in order. So, Councilor Wade, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. President.
welcome.
I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
And it's going to be pretty brief, and we can, whatever way it goes, it goes. Okay, I just want to make sure I get some people behind me that are heard, and
Okay.
some people, some patients in the city and the surrounding communities that are heard. And as you know, I've been opposed to the dispensary, the zoning of the dispensary for many reasons. Some of the reasons is the type of facility would really not typically fit into industrial zoning or the land use. I mean, I could see a facility that maybe manufactures the medication, so it's easier for patients to be able to take, or be more user-friendly for patients. I could see something like that in the industrial zone, but certainly not like a retail business. Accessibility, that's another thing. In my opinion, this medical facility, I believe, should be located in an area accessible by public transportation to make it convenient for the patients and the caregivers to get the medication. Another issue I have with this is treatment of the patients. By zoning this exclusively in an industrial zone appears to be just a little bit shady for me. It seems that it's being treated as a taboo or a bad thing. When all it is really is just it's prescribed medication from a physician. And that medication could ease the pain or perhaps create an appetite for a patient undergoing chemotherapy. And studies suggest that there are a wide benefit of treatments with this particular drug. People in hospice, epilepsy, I can go on and on and on, the benefits that it could produce. Don't think for 1 minute that people in Attleboro do not have any debilitating conditions that this could help them, because it certainly could. And I've spoken to 4 people already. So I just want to make that clear. Also, just want to go off track just a moment. One of the persons I spoke to is a veteran, and he is not able to get that at the VA. I don't know if you knew that or not. He's not to get at the VA because it's not federally legal yet. So he has to go on his own and try to get a card or get that. And then finally, I guess, equality for all the people. Attleboro has pharmacies. You get your traditional medications. Maybe I could use some high blood pressure medication right now. But some traditional medications, you go right down to the pharmacy and get it. We have a hospital right here, pain clinic, even a clinic that dispenses Suboxone for those affected with heroin and other addictions. And it's right downtown. I know we didn't put that there, but nonetheless, it's there. We can walk right downtown. It's 2 minutes away from here. And just the fact that type of medical facility is being allowed here, and is right in that area, and we have medical marijuana that's being zoned exclusively in industrial, it seems to me that it kind of creates a distinction or a discrimination between Suboxone and medical marijuana, and how the city allows access to these medications, and what we would allow in our commercial zones. Seems to be Suboxone good, medical marijuana bad. I don't like the idea of treating people differently due to the medications that they take. So, just to summarize, like I said, I'm going to be quick. I just don't think it's a type of facility that belongs in an industrial zone. Accessibility, I think, is very important for patients to get what they need. Treating the patients fairly. And again, equality for everybody who needs their medications, and they should be allowed to get them just like everybody else. And that completes my comments, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any additional, Councilor Conklin?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to explain why I seconded the motion. In my opinion, the legislative quality of this ordinance is strengthened by putting the control into special municipal council permitting than saying no. Because the 11 members of this body would have to have a majority vote in order to allow it to go right there. And I think that is the best legislative opportunity for the city of Attleboro than to try to say not 1,000 feet from here, only an industrial zone, not 500 feet from there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This brings the decision-making process to a body of people who have a very small latitude of making a decision, and it pulls this ordinance out of a almost snob zoning criteria where there is no place for and I haven't finished doing all my circles and on all the map and figure maybe there is a place that this fits, but I wouldn't want to see this next to the sports complex, and that's an industrial business park. So I think by bringing the control right into this room and saying, putting a map up there and say, do you want it here, yes or no, majority votes, is the way to bring this ordinance into the books. And that completes my comments.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments? Oh, Councilor Williams, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with your comments, Councilor Conti. I think that was the whole reason behind this, is to bring that here. Let the applicant come here. Let us decide. Let's get the police chief involved. Let's get the fire chief involved. Let's vet it, then let us make the decision. Instead of just making a decision willy-nilly, no, you're not allowed. And that's the reason why I changed that to a special municipal council vote. That completes my comments.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
So, a couple of comments to Councilor Waite and Councilor Conti. The distances were not arbitrary that we pulled out of the sky, except the one you wanted, 1,000 feet from adult entertainment. That's arbitrary. The others are in the regulation from the state. We didn't do anything beyond that, beyond what you wanted, as I started this conversation with the negotiation, based on a constituent concern that you brought to the committee regarding the distance from a very small scope, narrow area by which adult entertainment can be allowed in the city of Attleboro. I don't necessarily see this as any different. In terms of Councilor Waite, accessibility, I would challenge you to find, Linda spent hours and hours on the GPS locating areas in those central business, general business areas that this could go based on churches, parks, areas that children commonly congregate. And there weren't very many, if any, that she could find in that geography. And I think Councilor Waite, the police chief, did speak to this body and evaluated the areas of zoning, and the Suboxone clinic is a perfect example of exactly what we wouldn't want to happen, it to be outside of our control, outside of an area where we didn't want it to be. Right? So we as a body don't have any control over where a medical clinic, and unfortunately that clinic falls under that criteria, can be in the zone by which it is currently located. And I think that we, as Councilor Conti has said many times, what we do, we can undo. I think we have, there are some things that aren't, I believe that all of, in terms of accessibility, I've said it before and I'll say it again, the industrial areas in this city, all of them are on the bus line, not the easy way to get your meds. I get it. But the legislation allows for a caregiver, a personal caregiver, to be allowed to go get up to and including your visiting nurse. So I think all of those things are positive that allow easier accessibility than getting your medications. Your hospice meds, the hospice company brings them to your house. I think that this is similar to that. It allows the personal caregiver that you designate the ability to pick it up and bring it to you. So I don't agree with the accessibility. You and I, Council Wade, have talked about the zoning thing. I think that I think we have to see what we get, but I think this is certainly encouraging to someone to come investigate other options in the city, and if someone can find it and they have a business, there's nothing that says we can't change this. We did it in the industrial park that you just mentioned. Whoever thought there'd be a sports complex in the industrial business park? Took us 20 years to get there, but nobody ever thought that was going to be a sports complex. Everybody had pipe dreams about what it was going to be.
I didn't know it was there.
So, what's that?
I know that was official.
What was official?
The sports complex.
Well, it's certainly an idea that's gone further than any other ideas that have gone up on that hill, right? I mean, it's about as close to being official as any other thing that's ever been proposed for that area that was an industrial business park. Certainly not a sports complex, and they came before this honorable body and changed the zoning to accommodate what's potentially going to be up there. So, again, we change it all the time. We do that to accommodate things that we think are good, that this body thinks are good for the city, and I think that this is about as good as it's going to get. That concludes
Okay.
comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Councilor, wait, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to make one final comment. I just don't like the distinction between marijuana, people that use that, bad people. Suboxone, okay, you're all set to go downtown and get what you want. There's just a taboo about it. I don't like it. It's just a medication, and they shouldn't be stuck having to go into an industrial zone to get it. They should get their medication where everybody else gets their medication. They shouldn't be banned to you have to go to an industrial zone to get that because your doctor says it might help you. Why? You should just go downtown and get it like we do for all our medications. And that's my only problem with it, is that the zoning of it, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other concerns or comments on this matter? Okay. We will be having a vote. Ms. Shaw, just confirming, this is, on this one, there would be a simple majority for the amendment.
The motion to amend?
Yes.
I think so, yes.
I know it's a 2/3 vote on the rest of it because of whatever. Okay. So if there are no other questions or comments, we'll have a roll call vote. And before we call the vote, I just want to go over what the yes and no means. The roll call vote will begin with Councilor Denley. The yes vote is to approve the weight, what I'll call the weight amendment, and a no vote is to not approve it. Is everybody clear on that? When we're voting?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Just want to make sure everybody's clear with that. So the roll call vote will begin with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley.
No.
Mr. Churchill.
No.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
No.
Mr. Thibodeau.
No.
Mr. Cooper.
No.
Mrs. Parika.
No.
Ms. Hagney.
Yes.
President Cook.
No.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
The motion fails. I just want to write this down. Hold on. Okay. Did you get all the names of the people who voted on that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I jot them down. Okay, thank you. So we're back to the original motion. Are there any other comments or motions at this point?
I'll make a comment, Mr. President.
Okay, so I recognize Councilor Wade.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
So again, of course, I'm not going to be supporting the measure due to the zoning. And again, it's a facility that doesn't typically fit into industrial. Like I said before, there's precedent to support a facility in other zoning districts, just like the Suboxone clinic we have there. I've heard the phrase here, good business. This is good government, good business. But I don't feel that way. Personally, I really don't feel that way. I think it's nothing more than feel-good business. And everybody who votes in favor of this is going to feel good, except for those patients that have to go to industrial zone and get their medication. We're the only people that are going to be feeling good here. And furthermore, just one more thing, one last statement. And the gesture I made last month.
Right.
Point of order.
I apologize for that. This goes in.
Hold on.
Point of order, I'm sorry. We have a motion on the table. The
Well, actually-
discussion should stay on the motion.
Okay, I'm staying on the motion, okay? The gesture I made last month will be a gesture that's going to be given by this council to 65% of the Attleboro residents who voted in favor of
Excuse me.
medical marijuana.
Point of order,
That's
Mr. President.
out of order.
And that
It's
completes
out of
my
order.
comments.
It's out of order. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Any other comments on this item or measure? Councilor Denley.
Yes, thank you, President Cook. I'd like to give kudos to Mr. Cooper for spearheading this. It's been a long process. I know lots of us have sat through a number of different meetings. This is good government. This is good policy. The voters voted for us to enact medical marijuana dispensaries. Is this perfection? No. Lots of our legislation is not perfection. But this is probably as good as it's going to get to pass this council. This is a good starting point, and that's where we need to look at it as. If a dispensary comes into the city, finds that perfect location in a business zone, this council can and has millions of times changed zoning regulations. That's our job. That is our job. So our job is to assess new situations and change them as we need to, or as we see fit or unfit. So I think that this opens the opportunity for medical marijuana dispensaries to come into the city. I don't actually see it happening all that soon. I don't think it's something that's going to happen due to our population and our geography. But this is our job as councilors of the city. We have been told by the voters of the state and of the city by almost 2/3 majorities that they want us to come up with regulations for medical marijuana dispensaries. Would it be ideal if you could dispense medical marijuana at a pharmacy? Sure, but that's not what we have in front of us. That's not a possible thing for us to enact or to legislate. Within the rules that the state of Massachusetts has given us, this is a great bill. And once again, kudos to Mr. Cooper and kudos to this council. I will be supporting this. I hope that we do see a medical marijuana facility if we need it, if our population demands it or determines it. I hope that Boston would, or Beacon Hill would look down on the little city of Attleboro and say, hey, they got something right. They have legislation in place, whereas we have all these other medical marijuana dispensaries with licenses in cities with no regulations in place whatsoever. They're going to be caught completely off guard, and Attleboro is going to be ready. So this is a good bill. I will support this bill. This does help the citizens of Attleboro if a business wants to move in and open up a medical marijuana dispensary. I think we'd all be open to a reasonable location, and we'd all be open to changing the zoning then. But this is not going to pass the council like that. This is a good bill. This is good government, and I will support this.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Parika, then Councilor Hagan,
Just
then
very-
Councilor
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry.
No, I was just
Oh, you're going like that. I thought you were changing. I'm sorry.
I think
Councilor
just,
Parika.
thank you very much, President Cook. I think
Come on.
very briefly, Councilor Churchill, in his unique fashion, always has the ability to go right to the heart of a matter. And this is not a moral issue. This is about creating legislation because it's required of us to do so. And that's what we're doing. I've said it, Mark said it, Jeremy said it, we've all said it. It's not perfect. It's as good as it's going to get with this council. We have the ability to change it. Let's pass it and move along.
Thank you. Councilor Wade.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, any of my comments tonight was never, it's not meant to belittle the work that was, the enormous amount of work, I'm sure, that was done by my
Did a
award
pretty
too.
good job.
I'm sure his pile is like that, and I'm sure he spent a lot of nights reading about this, and I know everybody worked very hard on it, so I'm not going to belittle any of the work that everybody here has done on that, and I really do appreciate that. And that just completes my comments, and I look forward to the vote.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to just take the chair for a second? I just want to.
Sure.
Okay. I will be brief, believe it or not.
Yep.
Please.
I know, it's getting late.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. I just wanted to, on this particular issue, I haven't really said that much as we've been going along over the last several weeks on the debate. But an issue of this magnitude, I feel compelled on the behalf of the people who contacted me and the constituents I represent as a ward councillor to speak about this particular matter. As Councillor Kirby mentioned last week, I did not support this. I did not vote for it for a variety of different different concerns. And I know there have been people who reached out to me, who don't like the idea, don't think we should be having these in the community. But I think I will echo the words of Councilor Parika and actually both what Mr. Churchill and Mr. Denley said in terms of how and why this came about. Right? By voting for it, we're basically putting in place the legislation to govern if such a facility was to come in. And I think Mr. Thibodeau is the only member of this council. I was on the planning board at the time when we had another business that came into town. Some of you weren't living here at the time. That was really not a desirable business to have in the community. And part of the reason they came in was because there was no legislation in place. And, then it was, so to speak, almost closing the barn door after the horse had escaped occurring. And I know I was on the planning board at the time. I learned from that experience in terms of, when in cases like this where the voters had spoken very clearly in terms of what they wanted to do, it's important for us to make sure that we have legislation. Legislation is never, or very rarely, is it something that everybody agrees on, right on down the line. All you have to do is look at the Constitution that governs everything for the country. And you look at that, where friendships, people who had come together through the American Revolution and fought side by side, to bring independence, disagreed on the Constitution and in some cases never spoke to each other ever again. So legislation, can be viewed as good or bad. It's never always that clean. But again, we do have that ability, that we can make changes as we go by, and as we learn, and as other councilors who come to these seats also learn. So I will be supporting it, as I said, and it's more because I feel the need that we do have that legislation in place. And again, thank you for all of the hard work. This was very difficult. I know that Mr. Waite and Mr. Delicio had originally brought this in, and as Mr. Cooper mentioned, they were somewhat diametrically opposed to each other to a certain extent. It's a very controversial topic. There's a lot of strong feelings on both sides of the issue. But again, I do appreciate the time we've taken to go over this, and now at this point it's time to move forward with the vote. So I do want to thank Mr. Cooper for all of your hard work. I know this was a monumental one for those members of your committee that actually worked on it, and for all of you for your input that you gave. We work together for good or bad. Sometimes we see things go through that we don't like. Sometimes things go through that we like. But again, at this point, I just want to thank everybody for their efforts and their comments. All the way down the line on this.
Is there any further?
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the matter? Any further questions? I will relinquish the chair, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Thibodeau. So at this point, we will proceed with the vote. If this will be by a roll call vote, the vote will begin with Councilor Hegney, and we need a 2/3 vote for passage.
How many is 2/3? Because we have one member absent.
2/3 is eight councilors, okay? Because it's 2/3 of the complement of 11. It's not 2/3 of those that are present here. So 2/3 of the councilors in eight is 8 votes. Okay? And obviously, a yea vote is in support of it, a no vote is in opposition to it. Okay, any questions on the vote? Okay, very good. So the vote will begin with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
No.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes,
9 yeas, 1 nay.
the motion passes.
Thank you. That concludes the business for public safety and emergency management this evening, but we'll call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Council. Council Parika, okay.
I apologize.
That's right. No. All of a sudden, I thought you were under that. I don't know what happened. I think you passed out or something.
It
All of a sudden,
passed.
you were there. You were there. That's all right.
That's okay, I don't think you
Council Parika.
Oh, it's my turn. That's why I
Yes.
was sitting here looking. My sincerest apologies. Okay, reporting for city property and claims from the docket. I have one motion tonight from the docket of April 7th, 2015. I move in accordance with section 2-12 of the revised ordinances of the city of Attleboro to approve the request of the mayor to declare the following public works items as surplus and available for disposition. I'll read the description, but waive the model and serial number. Sweeper number 1, condition poor. Standard truck 1979, condition poor. Standard truck 1979, condition poor. Dump truck 1994, condition poor, and Austin Western, it's a 1962 grader, condition poor.
Second. Thank you. The motion is in order. Are there any comments, please?
No, as I stated, I just have a few small things to say. Is during the committee meetings a couple of weeks ago, I took a trip down to the DPW graveyard and saw everything we needed to see, and there's no life left in any of these, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Council Kirby.
Thank you. The floor on both of the 1979 trucks, which they bought the year after the 78 Blizzard, the floors were peeling up when I was first in city property, my first term here. So they were repairing them with license plates and different things to try to get them through 12 years ago. So they were done 12 years ago. It's just finishing up the paperwork, I think.
Yeah.
So absolutely, they're gone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote begin with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give a little shout out to my husband at home tomorrow, or in an hour and a half, or a little less, is our 20th wedding anniversary. I must say happy anniversary to him. That concludes the business for city property and claims, and I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Hayden.
Thank you. Reporting for Personnel and Human Services from the docket of April 7th, 2015. I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $931.77 from account 1124100-57830 citywide reserve fund for transfer in order to fund the Attleboro Crossing Guards collective bargaining agreement to the following: $915.60 to account 1300100-511000 crossing guard salaries, $16.17 to account 1300100-515010 crossing guard holidays.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Talked about it in committee. We talked about some of the changes where they had okayed, the union okayed it, and now this is the last step just to finish it off.
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote, beginning with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby? Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
From the docket of April 7th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $119,391.34 from account 1000-35900 undesignated fund balance free cash general government to account 12100-51100 police salary in order to fund the Attleboro Police Association Massachusetts Coalition of Police Local 32 collective bargaining agreement for the period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017.
Second. Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
We talked about it in committee and how the uniform change, they'll get some money for the uniform for the first uniform. So the union ratified that, and this is the last step for the approval.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments or concerns, Councilor Carty?
Yes, Mr. President, I probably would not support this, with the exception that I think that the negotiations went very well to institute a police evaluation personnel policy, and that, I know you've got to give something to get something. A 4% increase for the police department in 1 year is exorbitant. No one else is doing that. And the only safety guard I have, and I'm going to support the measure, is that when it comes budget time, we can take maybe 1.5% out of the salary budget and go forward from there. So I do have the alternative later on to cut some money rather than blatantly go forward with a full 4% increase. I know it's a challenge to negotiate these union contracts, but I have not heard of any other community with such strong rate increases, but I approve of the negotiations because of the accomplishments in the negotiating process. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments, Councilor Hegney?
Thank you, and for the record, in committee, I did say my brother is not part of this union, so this does not affect him. My only concern is, we've talked about this before, if you don't agree, you should vote no then. That if you don't, just on that, because what I'm concerned about is you just brought up during budget time, this is for the salary, so are you gonna cut out 1% from another line item? Because once you have a union agreement and we ratify it and approve it, they're going to be legally binding to that increase. So that would be my only concern, is if you have a problem with the union, because like I said, this isn't from the upper brass, it's the union that collectively bargained, so.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, did you have your...
Yeah, I guess I will question to Councilor Conti if he could explain his logic on his 1.5%. I wasn't following you, I apologize.
Yes, I think Councilor Hegney misunderstood what I was saying. Maybe I wasn't making myself clear. Is that a 4% increase for the police union is not acceptable, but the accomplishments in the negotiation of having police department personnel reviews, I recognize that you got to give something to get something.
Right.
And if that's going to cost 4%, fine. The safety valve I have is that if we, and I'm going to support the measure, and it's not contradictory to support this measure. I approve of what the negotiations accomplished. But I got a problem with a 4% raise. So the only safety valve I have is when we come to budget time to try to convince my fellow councilors to reduce the budget, which I will not be successful in. I'm full aware of that. I know that. I've been doing it for 6 years. So I just wanted to explain why I was supporting this measure to the people who are telling me that I shouldn't be supporting a 4% increase for the police department. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilor Denley.
To Mr. Conti.
Yeah, Chair to Mr. Conti, okay.
So my fear with something like that, so if we accept the collective bargaining, it's my opinion we have to accept it in its totality. We can't just take performance reviews and then reject pay increases, because like that's what we get for the performance reviews. So my fear would be if we were to accept this now, which I'm in support of this, and then cut the budget, we would lose our credibility with any collective bargaining negotiations and unions, because we would have just ratified their collective bargaining union, and then what, this is April, May, June. 2 months later, we would have unfunded it. So I would kind of challenge you, if you're against the 4% pay raise, that's all wrapped up into this collective bargaining. I would challenge you to vote no. But I would really advise against the council approving the collective bargaining with the pay increase and then revoking the pay increase, because I think that would lose all credibility for us as a governing body. And I conclude my comments.
Councilor Conti.
Thank you. Through the President to Council. I reject your notion that I must vote for this because I do want the personnel review for the police department. Recognizing that I might be the only city councilor that is voting for this measure with a intent of controlling the checkbook later, because that's the charge that I've been asked to do. I've been asked to close the checkbook. A 4% increase is not closing the checkbook, but I approve of the negotiations because we have a police performance review process, which I believe we desperately need in the city. So, I think I've made myself perfectly clear, Mr. President, that I'm trying to close the checkbook. I don't approve of a 4% raise, but I approve of the complicated negotiation process with the union, and therefore I will be voting for the measure with full heart that it's a good thing for the city. And you're all going to beat me up at budget time when I try to cut the police budget. I got it. I know it. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. I just, hold on a second. I just, I'm just,
You can't.
Don't bother.
You
Never mind.
can't.
Don't bother.
Just-
Councilor Baker and then Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
let
Councilor
Councilor
Cooper.
Cooper take it.
I think the part that you may be missing, and I'm not certain of how long, but this goes back to 2014. So this contract is 14 to 17. So you're a year behind, and I don't know if anybody here definitively knows the answer, whether or not there was no increase, and that 4% makes up for the lack of an increase in previous years. I'm almost certain of it, but I'd have to step out of the council chambers and ask the question. But I think that's the case. I'll find out for you in about 45 seconds after I leave here, but I need to get to my phone to do that unless anybody here knows the answer. But it clearly is a time period from July of 14 to July of 17. So there was a gap in 14, right? If we're doing this now, there was a gap of time and there couldn't have been any
Ratification.
contract in place. They were working under the old one.
I just want to get clarification. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're talking that there's a 4% over 3 years, correct? And part of that may be because of the makeup from the other part, is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's 4% in 15 for what didn't happen in 14.
But it's going to be spread out over 3 years, is that what you're saying?
No, because then there's one in 16 and there's one in 17 built into that. But I didn't bring it with me to read it right here. I can ask Linda for it, but I gotta.
She's got it right there. It's 433.
I think
Yeah, it is 433, but it's 433 because there
I wasn't
was
sure what you were meaning.
a period of time where there wasn't one.
Okay.
Is-
year
is-
previous.
Right.
July 1st,
Right.
2014.
I believe so.
That's what it says.
Yes, Councilor Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
This honorable body is put at a disadvantage because negotiations goes through the mayor's representative, goes to the mayor's office, and then comes down here. So he's looking at the percentage as to what the city can afford. Also, you're correct, a lot of times the percentages to make up the time that there was a 0%. I don't disagree that 4% compared to what the public is getting is not acceptable. It's high, but if you look at the other unions, you'll find that the aggregate over the 3 years is pretty much the same. I'm not going to say that I was privy to what they did, but I'm just saying that negotiations is a difficult thing for this honorable body to vote on, and I came before you many times as the chief.
Right.
And I can tell you that by the time it gets to you, the die has been cast, and it's a difficult thing to change. So let's say we vote it down. What's going to happen? They're going to go back to the negotiating table? They may come back with 5% because it took another year. I mean, it's a tenuous position at best, and by the time it gets here, I think, in all fairness, that part of the budget is pretty much stamped. To look at other things, well, you can, but you're right. You're going to get beat up because the die is already cast. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Councilor Hagan, you have the answer.
I did read this in committee where
Yeah.
Councilor Cooper was talking about, and when we talked, it said the contract is effective July 1st, 2014 through the June 30th, 2017. Unit
right.
members will receive a 4% increase effective April 5th, 2015. The next increase will be 3%.
Okay.
Effective the next fiscal year of July 1st, 2015. The final increase for the third year of the contract will be 3%, effective July 1st, 2000. I did read this in committee too, and that's why I think you recollected that there was a discrepancy, because we went over this, I went through each contract in committee last week, and we did talk about that, and that's why there was a little bit of confusion, but what I think we're all trying to say is, if you okay this, you can't during budget time take away. You're gonna have to take, what are you gonna take it from another line item? And how is that, I just don't see it as plausible. Well, no, but from another line item, we could cut. But what
You're
I'm
looking
saying.
for that 1%.
Correct. We're on the same page, Councilor Churchill, I believe, but that's what I'm trying to say is before, even when Sarah Reynolds was the chair, I had brought this up before.
Right.
When we talked about during budget times
I remember
cutting, you do remember
Right,
that. And I
yeah.
had said this before,
Right.
years ago now, that when you have a problem, it's during the union ratification that the municipal council approves. That's when and so you're making your point now, and that's great. But if you're gonna vote no against the 4%, you can do whatever you wanna do. But I'm just saying, in my mind, if I vote for this during budget time, there's no way. There are contractual obligations once we approve this. You can't cut their salary. You can't. So what are you gonna do? Take away guns, body armor, cruisers? I mean, if it's 1% over the year, which he said they're making up for. This is the last union. This has been a contentious negotiations, I believe, for the last couple of years between what the performance evaluations we talked about in committee were a huge step forward. But I'm just confused, but I'm gonna leave it as agree to disagree. And that's.
Thank you. Councilor Churchill, do you have anything else to add to you? Or you all set?
I don't want to keep us here to midnight because I had that in the pool, but I was just, it's possible that extra 1% is because there was no retroactive pay for the year prior. But I can't answer that question without talking to somebody, but I understand what Mr. Conte's saying, but you're right. Once it's written in stone and we vote it in, there's no way you can change it. You could look at other things, though. You could
We're gonna win the pool.
Okay. Any other comments or concerns about this matter? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote on this, beginning with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill, sorry.
I'll miss the church.
And that was a yes?
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mrs.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney, sorry.
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
And yea, 0 nay.
Motion passes.
from the docket of April 7th, 2015. I move in accordance with Chapter 1, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to approve the requested matter to accept the Sustainable Materials Recovery Program municipal grant of $50,000, 25% match, or $12,500 for a waste reduction enforcement coordinator, and allow the Health Department to expend such funds in any further amendments.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Any comments, please?
We talked about in committee where I believe the 80% of the grant has to go to administrative costs or salary. I went through all the parameters of the grant in committee, and we also talked about how when it came down, they do realize it is a grant. I believe we had another communication that came down tonight too. We'll have further discussion. Just because if we accept the grant and they create the positions and the grant dissolves or something, that would be something for the future to look at. For the position, viability.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote beginning with Council Hickman.
Ms. Higney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay.
Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of April 7, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $639.11 from account 112410000-578300 citywide reserve fund to transfer relative to an adjustment in the salary of junior custodian to the following accounts: $171.60 to account 1121100-514050 mayor prior year salaries, $467.51 to account 1121100-51110 mayor salaries part-time.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
As said in committee, there was an adjustment that needed to be made with the paperwork. There was a paperwork error, passed in the paperwork, so it's just to fix a correction.
Okay. Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote beginning with Council Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper? Mr. Yeah. Sorry. It's getting late. Mr.
Yes.
Churchill?
I know.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Higney?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
Excuse me. From the last motion, from the docket of March 17th, 2015, I move to confirm the appointment of Jay Hewitt, 11 Marbury Avenue, to fill an unexpired term on the planning board, term to expire February 7th, 2017.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Any comments, please?
Mr. Hewitt did come in to the committee, and he also works in Seekonk. He's well aware of the legislative process, the planning board. He's done construction. We went over his resume. Everyone had the opportunity to ask questions, concerns, etc. I was pleased to meet him. He seems very knowledgeable. It'll be in addition to the eclectic group, which there are certain boards like the planning board, the zoning board, conservation. Planning board, I believe, even as we talk about what comes down from them, I think he'll be a good addition. And he also has that objectivity, I believe, too.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? This matter requires a voice vote unless anybody has a roll call vote, but so we'll do a voice vote and someone seems to indicate a roll call vote. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. We do have a couple of visitors where we're first on the, because I believe it would be really quick. One from the Housing Authority, one for the Conservation. Shouldn't take that long. So thank you, and that's all I have. And call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. There's no old business, but there are 2 items of new business. Do you have a copy of one for me? The one that's signed? That's because it goes, that's been filed in the record. Thank you. This is actually not the, I'm looking for the motion out of the resolution. I'm going to recognize Council.
I don't have that.
You don't have, wait a minute. This one?
I don't have that.
Yes,
he does. Yes, he
You
does.
two of them?
Yeah, yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay, then I just have one of them, and then I'll, okay. Someone recognize Council Wade.
Thank you. I just need a quick 5 minutes of everybody's time here.
Can you just sign that? And then we have one other one after that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council Wade.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
President.
welcome.
From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to adopt the following resolution. Attleboro Municipal Council Resolution of Concern for the planned capping of Attleboro Landfill, Inc. Whereas Attleboro Landfill Incorporated, a privately owned business, is under an enforcement order from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection to cap the Phase B portion of the former city dump, an expanse of 9+ acres in which solid waste material was dumped prior to 1975. And whereas the closure project proposed by EnviroCycle LLC will consist of bringing in material to grade and shape the landfill and place capping over the grading material to prevent stormwater from running through the solid waste and into the groundwater. And whereas the closure project proposed by EnviroCycle LLC will consist of bringing in material to grade and shape the landfill and placing capping over the grade. I read that one, didn't I?
You did, it's there twice.
Oh, I see, okay. We found out first, I told you, we'd find one, okay. Okay, and whereas EnviroCycle LLC proposal using their new product, Recrete, has never been applied in the use of capping a landfill and thus an unproven technology. And whereas the material proposed by EnviroCycle LLC to complete the capping process in accordance with Mass DEP standards consists of C&D fines, construction and demolition fines, primarily from crushed wallboard gypsum, which contains crystalline silica, a known carcinogen. Concerns have been raised by residents of Attleboro in support of Norton regarding the quality of the proposed fill material, the C&D fines, with respects to health hazards. And whereas the Attleboro Municipal Council and the residents of the city of Attleboro wish to express their concerns that the plan did not include a project narrative, geotechnical analysis, stormwater pollution prevention plan, detailed specification of plans, and a qualitative environmental health and risk assessment. And whereas the Attleboro Municipal Council may support an alternative to the proposal, which would utilize a greener quality material for shaping and grading. And whereas Attleboro Landfill Incorporated reportedly lacks the financing necessary to cap their site. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council and the City of Attleboro strongly urges Mass DEP and EnviroCycle LLC to develop an alternative plan which reduces the amount of C&D fines required to cap the site and include a solar farm to offset the 30-year closure plan, thereby minimizing the impact on the residents of Attleboro and Norton and covering our carbon footprint.
Second.
Thank you. The motion is in order. Any comments, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Again, they're back with another plan to try to cap and close this landfill. And again, the materials that they want to use seem to be very hazardous, and you know, it's really upsetting a lot of people up in Peckham Street, Slater, and in that area, Strawberry Lane. They're all upset about it, and rightfully they should be. I mean, this is a hazardous material that we're going to be putting over hazardous material in order to cap it, and I just feel that is not the way we want to proceed. And we're looking for a better resolution, a better results, a better option to cap and line this landfill.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just had a question for you. Oh, no, I had a question for you. I know that we had passed a resolution the last time this came up.
Yes.
And so forth. So this, you're actually looking to amend that one or to add to that one?
No, I would say
this is an update.
This is an update.
I should add, by the way, a few weeks ago, I had asked Councilor Wade, it was on a Tuesday night, to actually attend the meeting with the weather. They had thrown it off, and they used to, it's interesting, they used to be meeting on Thursday nights, that I had gone on many occasions, on all the occasions when they were meeting over Norton, but they moved it to a Tuesday night. So I'd asked Councilor Wade and I had actually talked about it, and since this is in the ward he represents in particular, I want to make sure that he actually went to, I did read the reports later about what had actually happened.
Yeah.
But the timing of this, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a comment period that's quickly coming to a close? Is that what we're trying to do?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President. And the comment period closes on the 10th of April.
Just Friday.
3 more, yeah, Friday. Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councilor Cooper and then Councilor Parika.
I have a couple of questions, and but before that, perhaps Councilor Waite could update the public that and councilors that weren't able to be at the meeting, what the outcome of, and from his vantage point, what he thought the outcome of that meeting that happened on the Tuesday night. I think that would be helpful, at least for me, to understand what Norton officials at that meeting had to say, and any other state officials that may have been present at that meeting. Perhaps a short summary on what they had to say might be helpful in our understanding what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay, if you can summarize, I know this was covered, obviously, it was in the Sun Chronicle.
It was, I read it
Yeah,
briefly, but I think, you know.
Right, could you
Yeah,
summarize?
certainly. Yeah, we had, there was about, I'd say about 60 people in attendance there that night, and the majority of the people agreed that they did not want to use that material to shape and grade the landfill. Some of the people that spoke out were Senator Timmelty and Representative Howard. They were there, and they were speaking out against this plan as well. Several residents spoke out about it, and it just seemed that this is really not the way to go. We want to use a little greener material if we could, you know, and you know that the Phase B is not really as bad as people think it is. It's not. It actually over the period of the past 5 years or so, it's been testing at a better level than it was. So I think that's a good thing, that nature is kind of reclaiming that, if you will. But a lot of people really were opposed to this, and I kind of agree with them.
Just some
yes.
Subsequent questions and some maybe cleanup of what we're saying here. What's the, this is Phase B is 9 acres. What's the total acreage of the landfill?
Phase B is actually, it's 9+ acres, I think it's in here, but it's really actually 11 acres.
Okay.
Okay.
9 plus covers it.
And then plus 23 acres of Phase A.
Total?
Total, add them together.
Okay.
The total 22.
I think well, if you eliminate one of the repetitive whereas statements.
Yeah, I saw that.
If you go to the third one, I would like to make an amendment that says EnviroCycle LLC proposal includes, insert the word includes, using their new product Recrete, period. This new technology, Recrete, has never been applied in the use of capping a landfill, and thus unproven technology.
If I may, so you're
Clean it up
suggesting,
a little
I
bit.
know the second and the third whereas are identical. So
Yeah.
you're looking at combining 3 and 4
No, if you count what's here, the third whereas, including the duplicative.
Right.
Go to the fourth one, it starts with EnviroCycle
Right.
LLC.
So you're thinking of including that with the one before it? Is that
No,
what
I
you're
think we can leave it alone. We
Okay.
can leave it as its own, but say EnviroCycle LLC proposal includes using their new product Recrete.
Right.
Period.
Okay.
includes using a new product or their new product? So you're
I don't
actually
know if
adding
it's
the word
proprietary,
includes.
that's why I said there. I don't know if
Right,
it's.
so you're suggesting adding the word includes after proposal, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
And then.
Okay, and taking out one of those duplicate.
Whereas, correct.
Right, sir.
And then Recrete, put a period.
Yeah.
And then this new technology, and then in parentheses put Recrete, has never been applied in the use of capping a landfill, etc. What it
This
says
new
there.
technology,
It just
Tightens it up a little.
Recrete, all right,
spell out C and D,
Recrete.
construction and demolition.
Has
People may
never,
not know
has
what
never
that
been
is.
applied in the use of capping a landfill and thus unproven technology. Okay, and what was the other one?
Spell out C and D, construction and demolition.
Oh,
And
at the
then
very end, in the very end.
Underneath it, yeah.
Okay. Construction,
And demolition.
construction, and demolition.
Fines, yeah.
And also, I noticed that it is EnviroCycle LLC. So I know you read it, but it's not in it. But in the therefore part,
Yeah.
it should be an LLC after that.
Yeah.
After the word cycle.
the next whereas down, the second line starts the plan. But just make it a little T instead of a big T.
I'm not following, where is that?
Uh,
Which paragraph?
1, 2, skip 1, 3, 4. Oh, 3 from the bottom, yeah, that's a good word, because we're getting messed up from it.
Right, I see what you mean, yep, on the
Yeah,
second,
yeah,
the second
yeah.
sentence. Got it,
And then, now therefore,
yeah.
it says, the second line of that sentence, of that paragraph says, EnviroCycle, you've added the LLC.
Yeah.
To develop an alternative plan which reduces the amount of C and D fines. They're not required, they're allowed. They don't say, I don't think they say thou shalt use X amount of these contaminated substances to do
Right.
this. That's
Yeah,
the
you're right,
allowable. That's, they don't require you to use a certain amount, but they allow you to use up to a certain amount of contaminated material to cover it. So I just being kind of picky.
Right, so you're replacing the word fines with allowed?
No, after required with allowed. So it would read, EnviroCycle to develop an alternative plan which reduces the amount of C and D fines allowed to cap the site.
Okay, instead of required, allowed.
Correct.
Okay. Allowed to cap the site.
And I wouldn't limit them to only a solar farm, which is what I think this did. It says include a solar farm, but there could be other potential greener opportunities, so I would somehow infuse that wording into it instead of solar farms. It might be wind, it might be, I don't know what. Who knows what they're gonna come up with.
Green
some type of
energy.
green-
So what we were talking about earlier tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think.
So change it from include a solar farm to include a green energy solution?
To include, to cap the site and explore opportunities for other green energy options or technologies or
Find a way to explore opportunities, or to explore green energy opportunities?
Yeah, something like that would be, I think.
Okay. So we have to get this wording in, that's right, to explore green energy opportunities. To offset the 30-year closure plan.
Right.
That will remain in there.
Yeah.
You agree with them?
Yeah, no, I think
I will
that's
accept those
great,
all
yeah.
friendly amendments, and I trust, Linda, that you got those.
Are we still gonna talk about this in committee?
Can't.
Okay, so that's what I was,
That's why I'm
that was a
going through this,
procedural
yeah.
question.
Okay, actually, no,
Yeah.
because, and that was part of the reason that the second question I asked Councilor Waite was, I had read, as I was on the web or in the paper, that any comments, et cetera, had to be in by this Friday. So, and this all came up since we haven't met in 2 weeks, this has all come up in that amount of time. So what it came down to would be a vote to accept this resolution, and then it would be sent out on Friday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Parika.
I had
Yeah.
a clarification question, actually. I like the fact that the suggestion would be made for the solar farms. However, in recent history, Attleboro and Norton have shot down anyone's petition to create a solar farm. So what was the temperature in the room if that was something that was discussed then? Was that something that was discussed during that meeting?
Well, that was not part of their plan.
Okay.
Okay? But it was not part of the plan, but they did mention it, okay? And they mentioned it because they're looking at other ways to offset the 30-year maintenance plan. You have to cap it and close it, and then you have to monitor it for 30 years.
Right.
So they're thinking that any money they generate from this.
Well, the solar farm could actually use the energy to have some of the monitoring, because there's equipment out there.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, for gases right now, yeah.
So in your discussions, if I may, I mean to be direct, but in any of your discussions that you've had, have you talked to any administration over in Norton or anyone else that would say, okay, so Wheaton wasn't good enough, but this is?
So I don't understand your question.
What I mean is that, we can make the suggestion for a solar farm in that location, but they had something very similar and it got shot down in Norton, and we've had something relatively close to this location here in Attleboro. So I mean, it's something that I'm supportive of, but I just didn't know if you had any kind of temperature as to.
No, I'll tell you though, I think the people that were in the room would definitely be in support of something like that. You know what I mean? Anything green, anything to cover the carbon footprint, they definitely would be in support of that. I'm sure of it. It was discussed, but not discussed too much because it was not part of the plan. And we didn't really want to get into it if it wasn't part of the plan that night, so.
Right, and if it was similar to the last meeting, it seemed like the emotions were running pretty high, high in opposition, and that Enviro LLC seemed to be unsure.
Yeah, they really were
What we're
unsure of a lot of, they didn't really answer a lot of questions, you know, that we
Right.
wanted answered, so.
Right. And as you all know, landfills have to be capped, and there's a whole procedure. The question comes down, what's in it? It's interesting to hear that
Right,
part.
any unlined landfill, if it's not lined, the state law, Mass state law requires that it be capped.
Okay, when they mentioned about, you'd mentioned that they said that's a little bit better now.
Yeah.
Environmentally, did that include that plume that's underneath, or was that under Part A only? Because that was one of the concerns.
No.
For a number of years with all the stuff coming down, there was a plume that got into the groundwater and was moving. Because I remember I had chaired the landfill committee, which is a subcommittee of the planning board, during the time that they were going through the initial capping of it. And we used to have them come in and give an annual report. And the big concern was, and what was leading to the capping was, there was this plume that had gone into the groundwater of contaminated material and was moving. So is that what they're saying, it's not moving as much, or?
Correct, yeah, well,
Really?
it's not going to that particular area, to Phase B area.
Okay, it's not going to be.
Right, correct.
Okay, good, because there's no line underneath the whole thing anymore, so that's not a problem.
I mean, the big problem is it's privately owned, ALI, as we all know, and the owner has no money to properly cap it and
Okay.
close it for 30 years.
Right, exactly.
We're looking for plans that will work for everybody.
Yeah, I think that if I remember correctly, there was money that had been set aside early on for some of it, but the costs were a lot greater or something like that, so.
And the money was used to do a repair on Phase A.
Right, okay, because all the stuff slowed down, so I remember being involved with that, so. Okay, are there any other corrections or changes to this at this point? So again, there will be, this will be a voice vote, unless anybody wants a roll call vote. And this will include the changes, which I've accepted as a friendly amendment, all the things that were mentioned. And this would then be submitted by the end of the week. Okay? Councilor Dennis.
So when is the deadline for submissions of opinions?
April 10th.
So how would we pass this through the council? We'd have to either make it an emergency measure or special meeting?
No, actually not on a resolution.
Resolutions can be voted on the night they were submitted.
Vote on that to introduce, under like a new business.
Okay, I guess my hesitance
From a procedural
is.
point of view, it's.
Okay.
This is the corrected version.
Okay,
We changed that.
thank you.
A resolution can be voted on the night that it's submitted.
Right. In that case,
So we have grammatical errors and spelling errors
They're
all
not
taken
fixed.
care of now. Okay.
Linda already fixed them.
Right, Linda fixed that. And now I will add that if that passes, there is a signature block on here, and I would try to sign before I leave tonight, if it does pass. Okay, or if you're so inclined to just sign it. Okay. All right, any other questions on this before I call for the vote? Okay, and the yes vote is basically to approve it, and no vote is to not. Quite simple. Any other concerns or questions on the vote? Say what?
Voice.
Well, it says voice. Does anybody want to roll? Do you feel we need a roll call? No, it would be a voice vote. We normally do a voice vote. All right, so everybody clear on the vote?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Council Wade. Okay. Councilor Wade, I'm going to, so it doesn't get mixed up, I'm just going to destroy this one.
Okay.
Okay. And then the other one is here, and I'll pass it on. There's one other item of new business, I recognize Councilor Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a joint new business item from myself and Councilor Waite. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to refer the following matter to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation, that the area of Emery Street inbound from Torrey Street through the intersection of Forest Street be posted at the legal speed limit of the posted 25 miles per hour on Emery Street that's posted previous to the Torrey Street intersection, and that traffic enforcement cameras be installed at all directions at the Forest and Emery Street signalized intersection.
Second. Thank you, the motion is in order. Any comments, please?
This was brought in by a resident of the area who has observed his concerns cover all of these things that I've worked into the motion. The fact that the curve in Park Street where it changes to Emery Street in the Torrey Street intersection is posted 25 miles per hour to lower the speed, yet it's at Torrey Street itself, where it's a blind curve coming out of that roadway to make, even though it's a one-way street, to make the left-hand turn, it's still a tough area to do. And he says that people break the speed limit all the time, but it's posted there at 30 rather than the 25. So what he's asking for is that 25 mile per hour speed limit be extended beyond the Torrey Street intersection. And he's also talking about the legal, the intersection of Emery and Forest Street, where there are multiple violations of vehicles going through the stoplights or running the stoplights before they completely go red. And one of the concerns that he stated to me that he felt was needed was to have the traffic cameras that would photograph vehicles that would be going through the intersection and violating the law at the time that they were doing so. That's why it's in there.
Any other concerns or comments, Councilor Carney?
Just a point of order, the new business was brought in by Councilor Thibodeau and Councilor Waite.
Yes.
And it was seconded by?
Councilor Waite.
Can't be seconded by Councilor Waite. So I'll second the motion to make
Why can't it be Councilor?
because he's a sponsor. You can't second your own motion.
Well, it doesn't matter, just let him second it.
That's right.
No, I'm not gonna argue the
The second thing that I have is we can talk about later because it's just not it's not going to hamper whether or not this comes in as new business. Is that in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a municipality cannot use cameras to enforce traffic lines because it's unconstitutional. The person receiving the ticket cannot respond to the accuser, which is constitutional law in Massachusetts. I've been this route with Barry before, so the cameras are probably not going to eventually be a part of this, but that intersection definitely needs some attention. I go through it every day, and I see exactly what you're talking about. And good luck lowering the speed limit. It's going to take some enforcement to make that happen. But I'll support the new business measure. I'm seconding it.
Thank you for seconding that, yes. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Just one other item I want to note about this area, and as you know, Councilor Thibodeau, when you come down the street, it all of a sudden goes into 2 lanes. Do you know that right there at the intersection, and you can take a right? And so what some of the residents there were complaining about was that people would get in both lanes and then just continue to go forward instead of taking the right like they're supposed to. So that was a concern too. I just wanted to make sure I got that out there.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? All this is about is to get into committee, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we can discuss the merits of it later. Any other concerns or comments? All right, Aaron, this will be a voice vote, and this is to put it in committee for a later discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We'll refer that to the Transportation and Traffic Committee. And Councilor Thibodeau, would you like to refer this to the Traffic Study Commission for study and recommendation?
Yes, Mr.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. I'm going to refer that matter to the Traffic Study Commission for their recommendation. So that's all the business for the council for this evening. I didn't see a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. We're adjourned at 11:23.
Business in your committee that was brought in by Councilor Conti about